Alright, hello and welcome back to Rough Rolling, where pain is the name of the game. I'm Gray, I'm your host for the night, and joining me is our usual slate of people who can't do numbers for shit. So, it's been a weird schedule of late for reasons, but for anyone who's played TTRPG, schedules are a suggestion at absolute best. So, um, let's get an idea as to what happened last time, shall we? Take it away, Joel.
Well, after getting into an encounter with a possessed undead thing, we were able to hide the body of the rotting remains of who we found out was Frel Tan, nephew of the magistrate Garrick Tan. The body was pallid, desecrated as if consumed, and head torn in half, with his expression wrought with terror. Caroline invited the group to go to the city hall and speak with Staten Droon, Magistrate of Civil Order, who basically deputized us to help them figure out what's going on and who's selling the shiver, and gave us a reward to both stop it and to pin it on, I believe it was the Black Spiders? Or they used a spider as their symbol. That's who we believe is the one selling them. And we accepted the offer unanimously, and the group then split up, with Sven going to purchase some books, and the rest went to Bannerholm. And Fernix went to go see the injured Lieutenant Oliver Keyes and helped remove a curse from him, pulling out like an icky tadpole-like thing that was extracted from his calf. We stored that away. Eret, the Tengu, explained that they were attacked by two hounds and a humanoid-esque creature with tendrils who assaulted them. They were just barely able to kill it after a brief battle. And after healing up Oliver to the best of our abilities, I believe me and Grugamesh explored Bridgefront for a little bit to try and figure out where some kind of lead on where the shiver might be coming from. We were able to find a scrap of cloth behind which was the place called? There's so many names for things. The Rook's Roost is where we found the scrap of cloth. After gathering back up, we all went down together to visit that place, finding out that it was more of a what was the term you used, Gray? A hookah joint?
Like a hookah lounge, yeah.
Hookah lounge, yes. Basically a place where people, instead of having to do dope or what have you on the streets, they do it in a nice, safe place. We interrogated briefly the owner of the place, who directed us towards two places, one being Fever Dream Alley and the other being the Night Market, as places we should check out. And with that as a lead, we departed, and I believe, if I'm not missing anything, that's about where we left off.
Mm-hmm. Yep. After you had left Rook's Roost, given the lead that you were given by Asnan, and with the information also gathered by the rest of you from Madame Carrington's, I believe everybody banded together in order to go to Fever Dream Alley. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That location you find very easily is not super far away. A couple blocks down from where Asnan keeps Rook's Roost, and in probably among the worst part of the city, you are able to find what the locals derisively, in a way, call Fever Dream Alley. It is in a section of the city where houses are built atop one another, where wooden walkways run from one to the next, haphazardly, often very dangerous in appearance. The alley itself is a dead end. From the south, you're able to get into it, going off a hook street, and you see that the alley goes back a good ways before coming to an end, kind of looping around. At the very back, there are people sitting around a large stove, and between you at the mouth of the alley and the rear are a lot of people. Some are conscious, some are not. All extremely poor, often wrapped in little more than rags, cloths, tied about their limbs. Some of them look up to you with a bit of fear. Others look up to you as if you might as well be a ghost to them. They don't see you. They're just looking at a body moving. So.
All right. Now they said they had Pharrell had friends here. So what kind of questions are we looking to ask these people? Just where we last saw him, or
probably a good start, but we
do
can.
you think any of these people would know where Shiver would be distributed, or any sellers?
Well, I'm sure some of them do, but getting information out of them without scaring them off might be where we're running into the issues.
Yeah, I just give I land a look up and down. Yeah, that's my main concern as well.
Everyone looks to Garugamesh, who is currently picking his nose and not paying attention.
Perhaps it's best if I step back for a moment and let some of you take the lead. I think I might not be much help.
Sorry, did you say we need to be careful around here?
Yes.
He's already shaking some dude down.
Oh, come on. Garugamesh would use a sleight of hand skill. He's not... He wouldn't beat someone up.
Right.
Garugamesh is a lover, not a fighter.
Right.
Is Natari here?
I think that's a you
so?
question.
Oh yeah, Natari was here. They went with you to Madame Carrington's.
Mhm.
If I went in as Daxius with Natari, people might recognize us, but they also might be more willing to be honest with us.
You're saying out of character that you made enemies not just with the rich folks and the powerful, but also with the homeless people?
No, the people here, for the most part, I'm okay with, unless they're with certain people, but it doesn't look like it. These people are all just the back alley drug addicts. They probably don't really give a shit about any of the drama I've been in, unless they've been paid to look out for me. I don't know, but I'm just saying it would bring some attention to me, but it could make this faster.
How you handle it is up to you. And just returns the head of disguise. Okay, should be alright with that for now. We'll be walking about around the corner. If you need for me, just yell, I suppose.
Alright. Just a brief look. Is there anyone there that I would recognize as being someone I should be worried about?
No. Most of these people look like they have no idea what day it is.
Yeah, I figured.
That checks.
Same.
For now, I'll just I can go in with Natari and anyone. Sven, you would be good to have here.
Yeah, I'll go with. What's the worst?
But
that could
Natari is
happen?
on the good side of these kind of people. She has experience buying and. Well, maybe you guys don't need to know, but still.
I would be interested to know more about our teammate.
Perhaps when we have more time. And I'll just adjust myself. Natari will just roll her eyes and me and her will walk into the alley. I'm gonna be not as Daxius, but I'll just look like another fucking druggie.
So am I following you?
Anyone who wants to. But yes, I would like you at least there, Sven.
No, I think I'm gonna go get drunk at the tavern.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'll tag
What is the
along.
marching order?
Exercise due caution.
I guess Natari can go first. I'll be behind Natari.
Okay. Just the two of you?
I figured, is no one else coming?
I guess I'll go.
Could use the muscle.
I'll put on my hat of disguise and I'll turn into I'll turn into a dragonborn, like a really drugged out dragonborn.
A really short dragonborn.
I use the ability of the hat of disguise to make myself a foot shorter, so that way I'm like a 3'8" dragonborn.
You look like a kobold.
Beautiful.
I would love if you used that have disguise to just one
Really
day
like
make
it.
yourself look like a slightly sexier Gilgamesh.
I
Talk
mean,
about it. He's sexy enough.
maybe if I did that, do you think I would get, like a charisma bonus, Gray? Could I do that?
No. I don't think so.
I will say, looking like a kobold, probably the best disguise for this area.
Hell yeah, I could do this, or it could be a really tall gnome.
You guys have
Oh
noticed,
god, that's Sven's trigger word.
you guys have noticed that throughout the city there are a decent amount of kobolds who move around, primarily poorly dressed, often enough carrying around with them pails, brushes, mops, heavy bags, sacks, boxes, or moving with wheelbarrows. Seems that they're a decent part of the city's labor force. So, we have
Okay.
3 people going in. Sven and Fernix.
I thought Gilgamesh was going to. I think all of us except for Vic are going in.
Alright, cool. Atari, then Daxius, then Gilgamesh, then and then Fernix is the marching order, I'm assuming.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds about right.
Alright. How are you going about this?
I think Natari is just gonna walk up to someone and just try and not buy shiver, but just to kind of get in good. Try and buy something, anything. We just kind of be like, kind of mingle.
Alright, go ahead and give me a diplomacy check.
Atari doesn't have very good diplomacy, but
Yeah, we'll see how this
since
goes.
yeah,
The DC is probably not very high, as most of the people around you are not very cogent.
I was gonna ask, may I, since Natari's kind of experienced in this, may I get like may I get a bonus, sir DM, please, sir?
Maybe 2.
Okay,
Hell
that's,
yeah.
that's
One.
enough. That makes
Give
it
him
a
one.
0. That makes it a flat roll.
Alright. So, you're able to approach somebody and try to purchase something off of them. Natari is able to find that one of them at least has a small flask of liquor that they are willing to part for like a silver or something. The whole time,
Sure.
this like drugged out human is like looking at her like she's a fucking angel, like she's not there, that he is talking to some specter the whole time and has no real recognition of what the hell is going on.
I guess eventually we'll kind of dive into the topic of like, hey, like this is fine, but I need some stronger shit. Like, where would I get that?
The person that you just purchased this off of, like, looks up from the silver that he's just been given and says, What?
You're gonna give the guy another gold. Where can I get some really strong, good shit? Something new, something fresh.
Like, probably out of the night market, man.
I fucking know the night market, man, but like, come on. There has to be something new and hip on the street. Anything.
What does hip mean?
You are such a boring character. Oh my god. That's I
Real
was just like,
NPC.
It was worth a shot.
all right.
But what does hip mean?
Dax just turns. I don't fucking know.
You know, I do like a little spin, you know, a slide, and go, I'm hip, I'm jive, I'm looking to make a big score. Do you think you could help me out, friend?
He just like looks to like the kobold who is talking to him like he's people and is like, what the fuck, man? Like,
Don't worry, I'm Dragonborn. And then
yeah,
I pretend to breathe fire.
that's like what they mostly say, man. Just like, man, if you want to like find somebody who steals shit, just look. Reynaldo and them at the end, they used to be friends with that tan person. Like, just they're the only ones who knows what the hell's going on, man. Just
You know
Did you
what?
see-
That'll help.
The
Thank
tan
you
person.
so much for your time. And
Thank
Natara's
you.
gonna turn away and just fucking loser.
You guys are rude.
Natari, that wasn't very nice to say behind my back.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're a fucking loser.
I turn back to the drug addict and just give him a thumbs up, so that way he knows that Natari wasn't talking about him.
the guy kind of has a very wide look and then just sort of like lays back slowly down.
Yeah, I don't think we're getting anywhere with this
Oh,
guy.
him.
So, but we got a name, this Ronaldo guy.
Do you know this guy, Dax? Oh,
Do I
sorry,
know this guy?
I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said your name.
Give me a knowledge
12
of
people
local.
look over.
alright, but
I
I'll let it
actually
slide
have-
this time.
I actually have knowledge of local too.
No.
No? Shit.
No. If this person were a thief, they might have A, been working after you were here, or B, were not important enough to bother knowing.
I know some people in this town, but not as. It's a big place, and there's a lot of people named Ronaldo. What's Sven? Maybe this fella might be you do with a more gentler touch like yours.
I grab him by the collar. What drugs? Where? I start shaking him aggressively.
You
No,
know that wouldn't be out of place.
I did tell you,
No.
they're at the end of the alleyway.
Do I know if there's any way to treat drug addiction with magic? I do have a potion to neutralize poison.
I don't think this will qualify as poison.
Nope. Okay.
Hmm.
Oh,
Thanks,
before I
SOL.
Boy, I'm actually not sure. That'd be possibly a restoration. Would work.
Do I
That would
have
make sense.
dispel magic? I do have a dispel magic. I'd be willing to try that, but if it's not a magical effect.
It is not. It is definitely a drug.
Okay.
drugs are magic.
I mean, I'd imagine some sort of cure disease or restoration spell would do it.
Yeah, cure disease
For sure.
technically does.
Yeah, if you're treating an addiction as a disease.
Yeah. No purified.
Wait, does that mean it can cure gambling too?
Does it mean it can cure gay people?
So,
before we continue, just as I think I'm the only one with gold, but I'm having a hand on my 300 gold I took with me at all times.
sure.
Ben probably
And
has like walking around money, like a couple of gold, but
yeah, keep track of that. But since we're going to the back of this alley, this is probably their turf, I imagine. So just be on your guard and possibly your best behavior. And that goes for you too, Natari. He's like, oh, fuck you, I know.
So,
You won't do what you tell me.
as you guys walk down through the alley, you definitely get more signs of just the life of the city. The smell of cooking food, the smell of shit and dirt and low tide. Some people, especially up in the shingles above, like you're able to like glance up and see people like leaning over the sides, like looking down or hanging out of a window, like blithely looking. Mostly humans, mostly pallid, very sallow, not healthy. Nobody really tries to like stop you or like get in your way. Like most of the people, especially down here on the ground level who are conscious, most of them actually try to move indoors if at all possible. Although it seems to be that, especially here, it seems like the ground and the edge against some of these buildings is what these people call home. At the very back of the alley, there is a kind of a larger shack, inside of which there is a sizable stove, like an actual pot-bellied cast iron stove. The front of which is open, and despite it being near the end of summer, has a roaring fire within. Weirdly uncomfortable even as you guys get close, and yet there are 3 figures seated within, one of whom seems to be primarily unconscious. Eyes open, but very obviously not conscious. The other 2, a male and a female, are like mostly conscious. How cognizant they are is a question, but like they like move their heads around, like flicking and every so often like oh, and then grab something and like throw it towards the open potbelly stove, and then calm down for a little bit, and then they'll grab something off of like the other person's and do the same thing. They don't really see you guys approach. They don't really notice much of anything at all.
Really quick, I forgot to ask, but could I have said that I put up detect thoughts before I went in the alley?
That's a brave choice. With this many people around.
Well, I'm not gonna like focus on them. I'm mainly worried about the 2 we're gonna be talking to.
Okay, sure. You're able to pop that.
All right.
Okay. So, you do get thoughts from both of them, but they are very disjointed. They're very fleeting from one thing to the next of, oh my god, what's that? Holy shit, it's on you. Oh my god, what the hell's going on? Just a lot of that. Like, very obviously afraid of something, matching their body language as they look around and grab at each other and just move in a way that suggests that they're barely surviving, even though there's nothing around here that seems to be attacking them. There's nothing on them. They're dressed a bit better than like the people out in the alleyway, but that's a real low bar to clear. You know?
Yeah.
You don't get anything from the unconscious individual, obviously.
We approach.
Okay. Neither of them will react to you as approaching, so...
Excuse us.
Like, the male, like, doesn't really react, but, like, the female kind of looks around like, what? What? The fuck are you? What do you want?
You got some good shit?
Not anymore, man. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And like she like lurches forward to grab it, something off the other guy, and throws it towards the fire again. Oh god, oh god.
What was that? Can we use perception?
Sure.
A hallucination, probably.
Probably.
Imagine you roll a nat 20 and you can see what her hallucination was.
I just say, it's a good thing you got that off of him, but, actually, I know you're probably looking for more of, your advice, and we can definitely deliver it for you. We just need to know where to pick it up. Free of charge.
The two of them look over all of you very skeptically before the man kind of turns away and is like, shit, 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 shit. The woman says, like, what are you talking about, man? Nobody does shit like that. What the fuck?
Look, these guys they're new to the city. They don't know how things work, but we are looking for some good shit. I've been out of the city for a few months, and I've been trying to catch back up on
We're being
what's
honest, we're
the good
just
shit
trying.
that's new.
We
We're
just
just
got into
trying to
town.
find-
We're trying to
Wow.
party a little bit. We know that here in Lunabrook they got that good shit. So just trying to score some, and we'll help a local out if they help us. I rub your back, you rub mine.
We did also hear that well, you were friends with someone who knew how to get some of this good shit. If I'm not mistaken. I was hoping to see him here with you, but I heard word about what the fuck's the guy's name? I was hoping to find Pharrell here with you.
Sorry, just a second.
Wait, like the musical artist Pharrell?
Totally. Yes.
I still can't believe that the song Happy was done for the Despicable Me movie. Isn't that crazy, guys?
I actually didn't know that.
I didn't know that either until recently.
Oh, wow.
I just am really curious if once
What's
I
the
say that name,
Despicable
if
Me
there's
movie?
anything like panicking in his head. He's already panicking, but like anything that goes off.
Give me a sense motive.
All right. There it is.
There is obvious recognition before the woman says, man, we don't know shit. Whatever you want, just fuck off.
Any thoughts?
Should I? You guys think I should try intimidation?
We could. I think that's Plan D.
The thoughts that you get are basically, we don't want to end up dead like him, man. Like, what the fuck? Meanwhile,
Right.
and I believe everybody here
Yeah.
sees this. You see the one who's unconscious, like, kind of twitch rather abruptly. And, I believe everyone here except for Sven sees what looks like a spider crawl out of his mouth and down his chin.
Can I use sleight of hand to grab it before the spider disappears?
You can try.
Can I, while he's doing that, I'm gonna use my wand of detect magic and see if that spider's magical.
I got a nat 20.
You lurch towards it. And, Daxis is probably going for his... Is that a wand, actually, or is that something you can just cast?
It is a wand. I don't have the spell.
You're reaching for the wand, and Rugamesh is lurching towards the man. Before everybody here starts to notice that the world around them begins to slowly change. It becomes darker. You're able to see the lines rush out from the walls, from the buildings, from the floors. Sometimes going almost through you. Everybody here give me a fort save, I believe. Excuse me just one second.
Great, I'm awesome at these.
Fort.
Guys, I don't think that was supposed to happen. Oh my god, I can't roll.
Not bad.
And one for Natari.
Oh, yes. Ugh. Yeah, no.
Everyone here is immediately engulfed by what appear to be almost half ethereal webs. And everybody except for Sven, you are almost immediately nauseated.
Dang. Do we have to check nauseated on our skill on our sheet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Spec settings.
Do I notice anything?
Just 1 second. This is all happening very quickly, and
Yeah. I just didn't know since I seem to have passed it if I notice.
I panic and throw the grenade.
and at the same time as you're like feeling and yet not feeling the threads that stretch around, it's almost like a lot of the people that are around you in the alleyway seem to vanish. Vic, standing at the end of the alleyway, you watch as an ethereal darkness flushes down over the entire alleyway. Give me a will save.
All right. I'm okay at this.
It really is a good thing we split up.
You're able to see something move furtively into the darkness within, but I think you're able to determine that it's not real. Or at least you're pretty sure it isn't real. Scenes
Okay.
of people moving, scenes of people dying, scenes of people whose faces you might recognize at a glance. People you know died rather horrifically. Half of them charging into a wall, half of them trying to push up through a portcullis, up the winding stairways that favors the defenders. The screams of people dying echoing in the opening.
I assume this is something that I recognize.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think you as a player can connect the dots.
Yep. No, yeah, I know what you mean. Vic is probably very hesitant to walk forward. Did I get any sort of impression of what might have caused it? Was there any noise, any flash, or was it just like...
No. It's almost like watching a fog settle down over the alleyway. Watching things move in a way that they shouldn't be able to. Things that are very Escher-esque. Those within, as soon as the nausea hits you and you can feel the webs pull at you, the unconscious man's head rolls back a little bit, his mouth opens, and a fucking torrent of spiders begins to fly out. Everybody roll initiative, except for Vic.
Fuck.
On the board twice.
I think... I don't know why it rolled initiative twice for me. That's weird.
Something never split the party.
Don't you know you never split the party?
We're just gonna re-roll both. Huh.
Okay. Yeah, I hit initiative check and...
Okay.
There we go.
One for Natari as well.
Oh, I thought Natari just goes on my turn.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's right, because she's a companion.
Yeah.
And Fernix?
Oh, I did hit it. Did I not have my... My token is definitely selected. Let's do it again. Oh no, it's on there. Should be 15 and...
Oh yeah,
4.
right. So Sven, Dexius, Fernix, Gurgamesh, okay, that's all of you, except for Natari, who's going on her turn. Okay. The alleyway continues to grow even darker as the spew of fucking spiders comes out of this man's body. The two who are also in that shack with them shy away, like throwing themselves towards the corners as the swarm rushes out the door towards all of you. I think that's going to be a huge... It might actually... Does a 17 hit anybody?
I don't think so.
No.
If I'm flat-footed,
No.
no. If I'm flat-footed, it does hit me.
Oh, right, excuse
I
me.
am not gone yet.
Oh, it would be because we would all be flat-footed, wouldn't we?
In a way, but I don't think it matters because this is a swarm.
Mm.
Yep.
So I believe
Well,
this
either way, it still
probably
wouldn't
automatic.
hit me.
Okay.
Or Natari.
Okay. Everybody takes 2 points of damage as the creatures seem to crawl up you. Everybody also give me a fort save.
How much damage did you say?
2. Okay. Everybody avoids the poison that is in the jaws of these spiders.
I'm guessing the check was a 10.
11, actually.
Oh,
Oh, just made it.
Yep. All right. Everyone else is now up. Sven, you are at the top of the turn order.
Okay, I'm gonna pull out my sword and dispatch this guy who's spewing them.
I don't think we can take actions, at least, because looking at the nausea buff. It says cannot attack, cannot
Sven's
attack,
not-
cast spells.
Sven's not nauseated.
He's the
Oh,
only
you're
one
not.
that isn't.
Okay, never mind. My mistake.
Okay.
Rough him up, Sven.
Ambush.
Hold on, do I actually have a better weapon than that? No, we're just gonna use my longsword. Well,
Well, he definitely
Wait,
can't
what
really
is-
dodge that. You lurch forward, pushing through the swarm of spiders and decapitate his man. His head pops off almost, rolls down onto the ground, and the spiders continue to spew from his now very obviously deceased mouth. Unabated.
I anime sheathe my sword. No, I don't do that.
He kills this guy. That's all I can do.
So the nausea only lasts 1 round, by the way.
Can I swing at the swarm?
You can.
Oh, I
yes.
think.
Remember how the
Wait, hold
swarm rules when we when we did that one module.
So when you roll.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'd be rolling at a -5 because it's my second attack. Okay.
Mhm.
Nice.
And this is silvered. I don't know if that matters. Probably not, but it's worth mentioning.
Is it magic, by the way?
No.
You swing down at the spiders and watch the sword pass right through every single one of them.
Well,
Like, even the ones that you think should connect do not.
Here.
that's concerning.
Indeed.
Hmm.
Fire, maybe? Let's just burn the whole place down.
Ghost
Oh,
spiders.
I'm sorry. I didn't press end turn.
Alexis, you and Natari are up.
I don't think I can do much of anything while nauseated. I'm going to back up to Phoenix, who I just hope at some point might be able to cast magic that can cure this. But I'm just like,
I look spooked.
yeah, fuck. I'm going to take out... I have a potion of protection from evil. I'm going to take that out, and I'm going to hand it to Fernix.
I look like frozen in shock.
Hold on. Are there any knowledge skills you can use?
Is it one that I made?
No, I think I bought this. I've had this since I've started, and I have never used it. But I push it into. It's like, oh, you're the only one that can fucking stop this. Other than that, is there a knowledge check I can do, or is that just my whole turn because I'm nauseated? I'm fine if that's my whole turn.
This is one where I feel like the check doesn't really fall into like something I feel like it makes sense to fall into. So I'm going to go with Knowledge Arcana being the closest thing.
Shit. Alright.
Go for that.
I'm gonna try rolling it. Damn it, I should have taken 10, but I don't think it would have worked anyway.
Yeah, no.
I'll be willing to give that a shot. Because I think drinking a potion is still a standard action, so...
I believe so, yeah.
I can't do that on my turn either.
Well, damn. Well, that's everything I could do, and Atari just starts cussing, and that's all she can do.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Fernix, you're up.
I guess I'll try that Knowledge Arcana myself. Assuming I can still talk. Nauseated, not. Oh wow, also a 4.
Well, with a 17, you're definitely doing a little bit better. You can definitely tell that this is some kind of not, like, mundane effect. I don't think you're totally sure if this is a quote-unquote magical effect, but this isn't fucking normal. I think you can also tell that based on what has happened, what has befallen the area, I'm not sure, like, how well your character would be, but I'll at least give it to you. It seems to match the effects of a haunt.
Oh. I'm just gonna be like, I think it's some kind of spirits. And, I guess, well, you're the only one who's within 5 feet anyway. So I'll, hand you one of my, potions of protection from evil.
So we're just like, trading potions.
Drop this. If you just drop it, by the way, it'll turn into mist that you can just breathe. Oh, did I give you all of them? It's okay. Just use one
I could. Yeah,
why not throw it at him?
Because it's a standard action to do that. Or unless I can like catty corner it into his square and drop it in there, I'd be willing to do that.
Pathfinder.
What kind of action is it to... It's no action to breathe, right?
No.
But it is an action to throw a splash weapon, so...
Mm-hmm.
But if you drop it, it's a free action. The question is, will the potion break when it hits the ground? We'll have to find out.
Next time on Dragon's Ball Pay.
Yeah.
Rip Toriyama.
Rip Toriyama. You will be missed.
Yeah.
Mexico's greatest hero.
They're in mourning.
No, Rugamesh, you're up.
Oh, man.
Oh.
Oh, I guess I'm still nauseated, huh? I definitely don't have Knowledge Arcana. Man. I really don't think there's anything I can do here. Is there a... Other than move, there's no discernible way out of this, right?
Not really. You watched as the others retreated, that like their bodies were pulled a little bit by the spider's webs, but they passed through them and the webs remained intact. Looking back at the alleyway, the way you came, it's almost all dark. You're not entirely certain where the exit to this is, if there's an exit to this.
And the spiders appear like normal black spiders, right?
Yeah, they're black, kind of a bit of purple mixed in, and just like a carpet of them. Some are pretty big. Most of them are on the smaller side.
Yeah, I really can't see what I can do here. I guess I'm gonna try and run out the exit from the way which we came. See what happens.
All right. Well, you're taking a run action.
What does that entail?
I just need to know whether that qualifies as something you can do while you're nauseated. That's more or less it.
I was just gonna use a standard
you can-
move.
Yeah. Okay. You push by everybody else. You can feel the same, like the webs, like of spiders. Excuse me, spider webs, and bolt towards the alleyway exit. The darkness, the way that you came, and you run and you run. You pass 30 feet. You see a bit of light ahead, and you're running back the way that you just ran.
Oh, geez, guys, I thought that might work. Not that I was trying to leave you guys here or anything, but my tummy's upset and I'm scared.
His stomach
Oh,
hurts,
no,
and he's
you never
not being
can
brave
escape that
about it.
Spin, please save us. Please save us.
It's hard to get
Spin.
mad when your tummy's upset.
Nah,
No.
Gray, I'm gonna go get drunk at the bar. I'll leave these guys.
Top of the round.
Help me,
everybody give
Sven. You're my
a-
only hope.
Another fort save except for Sven, who already passed.
Alrighty. Big money, no whammies. Good enough.
All right, you passed. You are no longer
Hey.
nauseated. Phoenix, you are still nauseated.
Sweet.
Natari is
I
also no
clicked.
longer nauseated.
I thought I clicked, but I didn't see where my roll went.
You're right above.
Oh, there it is.
Phoenix's.
Oh, come on, I didn't pass again.
You are still nauseated.
Yeah.
So, you watch as the first wave of spiders is moving its way out, and it more or less makes the same kind of attack. With everybody taking 3 points of damage. Since everybody already passed the poison check, I'm not going to run that again. But you watch as a second wave of spiders begins to spew out of the man's decapitated face.
Mr. President, there's been a second wave.
Well, actually, there is the thing about poison in this game. If you get hit by poison again, you have to make another save, but that adds 2 to the DC.
Well, that sucks.
So even
Everybody give
even
me
a
that
trial
roll,
poison can eventually add up, and you just get screwed.
It was a fort.
Then. Yeah, fort save.
Don't worry, guys. I'll nail this one. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Nah.
Oh, wow, so this is the one I rolled good on.
All right.
Natari fails.
And Natari fails. All right. Roll me a 1d2. All right. That is how much strength Natari loses.
Oh, great. It's this fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Is it damage, drain, or penalty?
Damage, I believe, because it's not permanent.
Okay. Okay.
By the way, Sven, you are up.
Am I nauseated?
No, you are not, as you saved from that effect. That did not come from the spiders. Why is the music not playing?
Well, I don't have anything I can do here aside from call lightning, which is not the good choice here. Boy. Wait, I have the dragon's roar. Okay, hold on. I drop my
Magic
sword.
weapon.
I drop my sword and I pull out my quarterstaff, the dragon's roar, and I smack it.
All right. I mean, I think both of them hit regardless, as they are swarms.
I smack them.
Yeah, depending on the size, that's damage is greatly reduced.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is.
Is this a tiny swarm?
It is I believe, a diminutive form.
Oh, even worse.
So
No, actually, the second one does not hit. So, the first one does. The magic. Although it's interesting because as you swing at the fighters, you obviously have to make the weapon pass through some of the webs, and the roar actually does catch them and break them on the way down. So technically, the 14 also does hit.
Technically, diminutive creatures are immune to all weapon damage. Swarms.
We're in a weird area because technically they're not real.
Yeah. Swarms are nasty.
Yeah, even for characters who are level 8. Alright.
Oh,
Okay.
Alright.
What's the range on this gaseous potion? Like, do I know if it's like gonna go like in a big puff of smoke, or is it like more localized?
it's in your space.
Just my space. Okay. I'm just like my space and the space around me, or just the 1 5-foot space.
Just the one.
So I can only hit one person with this.
Mhm.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw it down at Fernix's feet.
Okay.
Yay.
I just like put the cloak over my face, try and block out like whatever the fuck's stop like causing my nauseation. Gather myself a bit, muster all my strength, smash it as hard as I can.
Sven, also, I believe you also need to give me a 1d2 because you rolled an 11 to resist the poison. Here's your strength damage.
well,
Shit.
that's fun.
Yeah, as the creatures crawl through your clothes and fight at you, you kind of feel just an awful sensation and just lightheadedness. So you're swinging, and you can consciously understand that you are making damage to whatever the hell it is around you that's going on, but you're a bit loopy, I suppose.
That's fine.
So, you smash the potion at your own feet, and the effects
Fernix's
waft up. Or, excuse me, at Fernix's. So the effects waft up onto him. So he is now protected from evil, I believe.
Yeah.
Alright. That should be good on this one, because I don't think they can do any damage that would overcome that. Alright, what does Latari do?
Right. Because Natari's no longer.
She passed.
So it's just the head still has spiders pouring out of it, right?
Yep.
Is anyone else, now that she's kind of gathered herself, we're down the middle of, she's not stupid. We're down the middle of a fever dream alley. Is anyone else reacting to this? Just gonna take a look around briefly.
She looks around and she sees that there is nobody else in this alleyway.
Oh, that's right.
In
Fuck.
fact, the two other people that were inside the shack have also vanished, seeming to fade away into the shadows, leaving only you.
Shit. Well, in that case, the head's still there pouring out spiders. She's gonna fucking stab into it.
All right.
I'm gonna try and, if there's enough room, flank with Sven so I can get sneak attack.
On a dead head.
Well, when you put it like that.
I'm thinking it's also unable to defend itself, which means you are
mean-
functionally doing a coup de grace.
If it's
Fair enough.
flat-footed, but it doesn't have any feet,
Yeah, I think it's mostly round-headed.
it doesn't seem to be in the ability to add its dexterity modifier
Yeah,
to
it
anything.
cannot defend itself.
Yeah.
Fair enough. All right. Well, you're gonna give it a little stabby stab.
All right.
Can we just... I just thought of this. People with flat-footedness aren't unable to defend themselves. They can still move around just fine.
It's,
I know,
it's
right?
not referring. It's not referring to the medical condition.
Yeah.
No, I know, but like... Hold on.
I guess it makes it easier to say than like, oh, you're all caught on the back foot.
This game
Yeah.
is racist against people with flat feet.
I don't think flat
Hell
footed
yeah.
people are race. Gary.
It's easier to say flat-footed than to say not ready for combat.
All right, she stabs into it and stabs into it and stabs into it, and blood is like pouring out of like where blood obviously should, on the stump of the head, and from the wounds that she is perpetrating in its skull, and the spiders continue to spew forth.
Yeah, that's it from me.
I think you guys may have chosen the wrong target here.
Right, Burnix, you're up.
Cool. I'm still nauseated because I think that's from just Buggo.
Yeah.
However, that should help on the upcoming save.
Daxies, you can turn yours
I-
off. You pass.
Oh yes, I forgot to turn it off. Thank you.
I guess I'll try and take one of my own potions and just drop it in Daxius' space.
All right,
If I'm able to do that,
you are indeed.
cool. A gas wells up. I was like, I think I mentioned it's like it's a Pepto-Bismol type experience, or it's not entirely pleasant, but it does the job. So it's
Rugamesh, you are up again.
I'm gonna try and swing at the swarm with my hammer.
Nauseated?
I am.
I'm gonna give you. You know what? I will allow it, and I will give you a major penalty instead.
That sounds good to me. What's the penalty?
10.
I love the brazenness. Nauseated? Yes.
Power attack.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
Oof.
Love
Did
it.
that? I don't think that. Did that minus 10 go through?
Yeah,
It did. Wow. Crazy.
pretty good.
I was crazy once.
Jesus.
Also, if you're using that two-handed, your strength bonus is wrong
Is it?
on your damage. It's supposed to be 1.5 times.
So the first one you swing and nail into the wall, doing some amount of damage to something, and the second one you nail yourself in the knee.
How do I fix my how do I fix my damage?
When you're doing the attack, if you do the perform attack, you can look at the damage ability and just press two-handed. That might do it, but you also might have to do 1.5 times
Oh, okay.
damage ability there.
All right. All right. Well, great. Pretend that the damage on that was 7.5 more, I guess. 22.
No. 2 more.
No. And that qualifies as your turn. So, top of the round. Those who failed last time, give me the same check.
I'll pass this time.
Yes, you do.
It's a resistance bonus, so I get +1.
All right, and you also pass.
Yay.
And nobody is nauseated any longer. All the while, the spiders continue to spew out. Everyone. Let's see. Okay, so except for those of you who are protected from evil, those who believe this actually denies them the ability to touch your body, you
Oh.
will suffer 8 more damage.
8. Jeez.
Indeed, because we're now up to 3 swarms.
Oh.
Oh, I get it now. Well,
Do we
I
just
don't
gotta
get
leave?
it, but like, I was under the impression this was the same swarm, but no, more additional swarms keep coming out. I see
Yep.
now. Okay. Shit.
And it's coming out of his open mouth?
It's coming out of his body, yes. So, those who were bitten, you will give me another save. I believe it's everybody except for Fernix and Daxus.
Well, Natari already. Do I have to make the save again because they already failed from the poison?
Yeah, they'll make it again because I believe this is another dose of it, if I'm understanding
Okay.
that correctly. Yeah, she passes.
Okay.
The DC drops. She'll also give me another fort save. For those of you who had already been bitten, you will also be giving me another fort save. She passes and doesn't suffer the second round of poison.
Thank God.
Alright, Sven, you're good.
Alright, fort save.
Yep. You're also good. Alright. So. And Sven, you're up.
Well, this sounds unwinnable. But Garugamesh tried to run and couldn't.
I've also told you that when you swung, you seem to actually break the webs that are around you.
Oh. We have to free
Smart, I swear
ourselves.
to God.
I'm trying to, as a person, figure out. Okay. So,
Somebody else can message him.
I guess we just have to break away the webs, right?
I think so.
Like, I'm trying to figure out how that.
Yes.
All right, fuck it. I'll try and break away the webs. Do I need to roll?
Yes. It's not a high
We
DC,
should-
but yes.
Okay.
Oh
Oh.
my god!
I'm breaking him away, Gray. I'm swinging my thing to break at the probably imaginary webs. You know, in the first Shrek movie where he like has a stick and he like waves it through the spider webs and it makes like cotton candy. That's what I'm doing.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
I'm gonna give it to Garugamesh later to eat. He'll be my girlfriend.
So,
Who's gonna sing the Smash Mouth song?
they break
Daxius,
even
of
more.
course.
And as they break, you can definitely see the effects of the haunt beginning to lessen somewhat. It doesn't make the monsters that are on the ground any less real in the moment, however.
Right.
Alright.
That's my toin.
Daxius and Atari, you're up.
Water is pretty bad for spider webs, right?
Eh.
Not
They're
necessarily.
hydrophobic.
Oh.
I mean,
That's a
buckets of
good
water
thing.
is a bucket of water probably wouldn't be very good for a spider web, but water in and of itself is not a huge deal.
They're made of a hydrophobic material, which is actually pretty neat.
Yeah, imagine if
Interesting.
spiders just went extinct because it rained once.
Fair, but I was more thinking like create water and just dumping like a few gallons over someone instead of having to make a check. But that seems like I'll just fucking roll for it.
Yeah. How about
you-
create knife and cut the
Yeah.
cut the webs?
I'll just, I'm not gonna cut the ones around me though. I'm gonna start cutting around Phoenix.
Maybe you could use prestidigitation. Doesn't that allow you to levitate a small object?
I don't know what I'd be trying to levitate.
You could use your knife and like swing it around and get all the webs.
Slowly.
That's a cool visual, but I think I'll just use my hand. It's probably a lot faster.
Can apply 5 pounds of
Can I-
force.
Can I retroactively say that as Sven is swinging around at the webs, he's saying, "It's not real! It's not real! It's not real!"
Oh.
Spent fighting the demons inside him.
All right.
I will also as a swift action duplicate it, and it's a -5 for like a what's the offhand attack negative? If I split it, because I've never
What did
had
you
to
call me?
two-hand.
So if they're
-5 if you don't
Yeah.
have
if they're light.
uh,
The -7 if they're light. If you don't have 2-weapon fighting.
And he doesn't
Yeah.
have 2-weapon
You do.
fighting, yeah.
no, it's -5 if they're light and -7 if they're not,
They're
Oh,
light.
Yeah.
or something like that. It'd be a -5 in this case.
Alright. You continue to slashing away at it as the spiders continue to spew forth. It definitely does not seem to be nearly as whole as it once was.
All right. Natari hearing Sven shouting, "It's not real! It's not real!" It's like,
Wow, is that
Fuck, of
what
course
I
it's
sound
not.
like to you?
Yeah, that was dead on.
yes, maybe. She's gonna start cutting around herself as well.
What are weapon properties?
It's just a regular sword.
They pass through harmlessly.
This is bullshit!
Yeah.
No, this is Sparta.
And that's it for me.
Did you guys get the reference?
Yeah.
No, actually.
What was
I
it?
did.
Yeah, no, you should probably explain it right now.
I said no,
It's not
this
a
is
session.
Sparta,
Camera. Yeah.
which is like the movie.
Never
Wait,
heard of
that
it.
was from something?
Yeah.
I thought you just said that to be like quirky.
Yeah. So
Great, where are
apparently
you
the penalty is actually -8 if the offhand weapon is light.
So that would have been
Oh, yeah.
4 instead to hit.
going? Okay, yeah, that doesn't hit.
Alright then.
Yeah.
Do I know if I could make it hurt with positive energy, or is it some sort of? Because I have no idea about the haunt rules.
Give me another knowledge arcana roll. And hopefully roll more than a 4.
Yeah, that would be nice.
That
Oh.
is more than a 4.
I'll take it.
He's doing
So,
it.
technically, a haunt is not necessarily evil. I might have to fucking look that up myself because,
But
yeah.
but protection from evil worked.
Yeah,
so
because the
it's
spiders are
the,
technically considered to be
thing.
chaotic evil.
Oh. Oh, but okay. So the haunt and the stuff the haunt makes may not be the same. I'm assuming that if we deal with
Yes,
the haunt,
they
that the
can be.
spiders will go away.
Yeah, haunts do have an
Can be
alignment.
damaged by a positive energy.
I will be trying to do that. Does it? It has like a saving throw.
I don't think so. No.
I mean, I'll do it anyway. I don't know exactly how, but I'm just like, enough of this. Boom. Big green positive, but not for healing, for hurting.
Do we not? Is it like either or?
Yeah. I have to choose if I'm hurting undead or if I'm healing us.
Ernest,
And it-
what the fuck, man?
It is barely enough to have mattered anyway.
So,
Something's better than nothing.
You
You tell him, Daxius. Fuck you, Phoenix.
you cast
What?
out the, I guess, damaging positive energy. And as the energy wave goes out, it seems to push away a lot of what is left. The spider webs are pushed into the wall. The spiders themselves seem to scurry into the shadows, and the shadows begin to dissipate. The sounds of the city melt back in as if liquid being poured into a bowl. And ahead, you are able to see what remains of the people who were in that shack. The two who had jumped aside are cowering in the corner, and the one who had died is indeed dead. His head hasn't been severed, but his throat is open, and he has very obvious wounds in his head. His skin is pallid and gray, sallow, much like Krell was when he died.
Yet.
Sven says, "What a nightmare," and then turns to camera.
Keeps turning because there's no camera.
Vic, you watch as like a burst of energy seems to push away a lot of the darkness, and with them, the voices that you heard within seem to vanish, and the alleyway itself seems to return to normal.
You know, he's probably either having just thrown up or just barely prevented himself from throwing up. But would eventually, and maybe after a minute or two of catching his breath, would start walking that direction.
All right. The two junkies who are not dead sit up and begin looking around, terrified.
Does one look more, probably hard to tell, but does one look more or less sober than the other?
They actually seem to be significantly more sober now.
Alright, I'm just gonna choose one and I'm gonna cast Charm Person on them.
That might not be too bad, actually.
The woman, who, as you're casting that, is reaching towards the deceased man and going, Ray? 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 And of course, when she touches his face, he just sort of slumps over. Just black blood rushing from his throat.
Put her
Any
hand on.
thoughts in their heads?
It is grief. It
I
is
think he might
terror
be
and
upset.
Maybe he brought back?
Yeah. I don't know if she knows what's going on. I was gonna see if I could check the body with a heal check real quick, but people are here as well. Our first things first, right?
Yeah, I'll just kind of go to you, Phoenix, and whisper, based on what I was hearing up in the noggin, they definitely know something.
Boing.
I walk
Heal
up.
everyone for 13.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you, Phoenix. I want to walk
How did
up
this
to
happen?
the drug addicts. Be like, have you ever heard of something like this happening before with Shiver users?
The two of them.
I'll kneel down beside him and just say, it's alright. You can tell them.
Both of them obviously sit back, and the woman speaks, saying, "Of course we have. How many people's bodies have been found hanging in this alleyway itself? How many have washed up in the Little Elm? How many have been found in the middle of the streets with chunks bitten out of them, like they were ravaged by a pack of dogs?"
And you still take?
Oh, it's so easy. It's so easy, yeah. I'd like to see you get high once and suddenly decide, oh, I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, okay. Where is it? I'll take some if you bring me to it.
As if it works that way, you fucking idiot.
I'm just...
Damn, I tried, guys.
It was a good effort, Sven, but maybe you should have rolled diplomacy on that one.
Damn,
Yeah.
you're right.
Not once did
This
anybody
is-
be like, hey, can you tell me about this? I rolled diplomacy.
Hey, sorry your friend died. By the way, you're weak for being a drug addict.
Yeah.
Look, I understand. This is not the first person it has hurt. This is an epidemic that is swarming through here, and Your friend is not going to be the last person who's going to be hurt by this. If you want revenge, if you want to get back at who did this, I need you to help us. I need you to tell me something. We can end this and we can get justice. Because blood runs thick. And I know that he likely meant a lot to you. And I would like to help you get back at who did this.
And despite what Daxius says of revenge, even if you don't want to strike back, this doesn't have to happen to you. We can put a stop to this.
Yes, that's all we want.
Okay, just look. Fro went and hawked some of the stuff that he'd stolen. Some sort of
Stolen from who?
some sort of job that he did, and just
Who hired him?
we don't know. They wanted him to hit like some like temple or something, and he did it. And we went and we sold a bunch of stuff, some silverware with like initials on them, like a golden brooch, like that looked like a moth or a butterfly, fucking mummified little corpse, you know, one of those monsters. A silver key, a parakeet in a cage, and I think Ray stole that one off of somebody's porch, and a big book. And after that, he went to the night market, to the fountain, to buy some, you know, shiver for us, and we don't know who the dealer was. Probably one of Greeley's crew, but that's where they sell out of. It doesn't work like that. You don't just walk up to somebody and say, I want to buy some shiver, and they hand you something and you give them money. That's not how this works. It's a dead drop. Do you know what that is?
I'm familiar.
I've seen Breaking Bad.
Oh, I love that.
I
book
played
series.
Oblivion.
Do you know what temple?
I don't know. I think it was here in Bridgeport. But whoever wanted him to hit it, I don't even know if he even took anything to them. After he sold most of the regular shit to fucking whoever, some local pawnbroker, I think he took a book to send the big thick book to some book person, or maybe the cripple that lives in on her couch. I don't know what happened after that though. He went off, came back with what we needed, and that was that. The last time we saw him.
Did you see the silverware at all? Did you possibly see any the initials that were on it? And even just one letter?
I think it was JD, or JW, or J something. J was the first one, I'm pretty sure of that.
Roll knowledge local for anyone who starts with the letter J.
I was just about to ask about that, actually. Given that I have a golden brooch that looks like a moth or butterfly, with all this information,
Right.
I want to try and...
What was described.
Yeah. I will...
Considering this is a city of 100,000 people.
There could be one or two people that might have those two letters in their name somewhere.
No,
But
but
not
with the
many
association
people.
of the moth.
I'm mostly interested in the association with the moth, and also the... Because who the fuck has cutlery and shit with their initials carved on them, except for probably rich folks or someone with an ego?
Yeah, that's pretentious.
I mean, I don't really know that, like, he stole them from all the same place. I think a lot of that shit we just sort of, you know, gathered. Like I said, I think Ray stole the bird in the cage off of some random dude's porch over in the old docks.
Okay, so that's a dead end, most likely.
As for the temple, I don't know. Half of the buildings in this fucking part of the neighborhood could be temples. They're big enough. Most of them are collapsed in on one another, though. Everything's built up on top of everything else. Nothing is here is what it used to be, and it won't be the same in a year from now.
Well, in 1,000 years, it'll be an archaeologist's dream.
Indeed. Is
Who did you sell this to again?
It's okay, you can answer his
Just-
questions.
Probably some gang. If I had to guess, it was probably either Greeley's crew or Barbassi's band. And of the two, probably Greeley. Either way, good luck finding one of them.
I was about to ask, where can we find this Greeley guy?
We don't
I
know.
doubt he knows. Yeah.
Greeley's always work the same way. You don't see him, he doesn't see you, nobody sees anything, no one sees anyone else. You put something, you come back later and the money's there.
When, in the past few moments, unless anyone has any questions about the, well,
So, but it's there's got to be specifics. I'm assuming this person doesn't just show up in any random alley.
Look, when people buy Shiver, they generally do it out of the fountain in the center of the night market. That's about what we know.
Okay.
At least that's where we buy it.
when we were a few moments earlier before we started speaking with you, what were you seeing? Because from our perspective, it was very trippy, and everyone had disappeared. What did we look like to you? Were we high at all, or flailing around randomly?
I don't know, man, just... It was like looking... You ever seen those glasses that you can, like, buy and you look through it and you see something, and it kind of looks real because there's a picture in both sides and they're the same picture but they're kind of different? So when you look into the thing, it looks real? It's kind of
Right.
like that. It's like
Yes.
looking in through glasses where you're kind of seeing the real world and you're kind of not. And
Okay,
the
that
other
didn't help.
place is full of fucking monsters, man. Full of spiders, full of creatures that fly through the air, noises. I don't
Creatures
know what
that
it
fly
is,
through the
man.
air. Can you describe these creatures?
It kind of sounded like what Vic saw.
Leathery, and I think they flew, and they were
Right,
kind
that
of
could
people
be a
shaped,
lot
but
of
not
things.
really. And I think they were dogs.
Absolutely.
Big fucking dogs. There are places where doorways or the street itself will open up and swallow you.
That's news to me.
Walk around after night and you'll see.
I used to all the time. Yet. Well, I'll just look to everyone else, and if there's no other questions.
I don't know
I
that we're
assume
getting much
Vic is
more out of
probably
this
gonna-
guy.
I assume Vic is going to show up at some point.
I thought he
Yeah.
was here.
No, he might have started headed that direction, but he probably would have just sat down at some point.
Okay. Well, thank you for your cooperation. We will find those who are responsible, and we'll make sure to. Your friend's name was
Raymond.
Raymond. We will exact revenge in the name of Raymond. You have my word.
Good luck. All the other people around here, all the, chippy, cheery do-gooders can't do it. I don't think you'll be any different.
Oh, trust me. The last thing we are is chippy and good doers.
We get shit done.
Sometimes.
But as
If we don't
long as
forget.
that's your impression of us, I'll hand him 2 gold. I know it doesn't make up for much, but get yourself some decent food at least.
Yeah, sorry we killed your friend. Here's $5.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they'll take it, but a lot of them, they both look really distant.
Sven, everybody knows that you quick save before you attack NPCs.
My bad. I didn't noopsie.
I would have done. I honestly probably would have done the same thing.
An accidental
I
war
mean-
crime.
I mean, the literal fight before this had somebody getting possessed by something else, and we had to kill the host.
Yeah.
No,
I think
No,
the
the guy
host was
was-
already dead.
He was
That was
spewing
not-
spiders out of his mouth.
we didn't kill the host. We killed the thing coming out of the host.
Well, yeah, but we destroyed his body.
No, we
His
didn't.
body
We
was
didn't touch his
already
body.
destroyed.
Yeah, we didn't touch his body at all.
Still.
Yeah,
This
that's
is also spidery.
I'm just gonna linger. I step back and give him some space, but I just kind of linger staring at their dead friend for a while in silent contemplation. And I'll leave. But it's the... For those who care, it's definitely not... I'm a little disturbed by it.
Yeah, that wasn't very. That wasn't pretty.
Cash money.
No, it wasn't very cash money.
Why would somebody be disturbed by a guy spewing spiders out of his mouth?
Well, you are... Sure, that's what he's disturbed by.
Did you know that you swallow 7 spiders in your sleep every night?
Thanks for reminding me of that, because I genuinely have problems sleeping when I remember that. And now I will again tonight.
Yeah, that's not actually.
It's a myth.
It's not.
Is it?
It's not- it's
Well,
not real.
even if it's not, it still lingers in my head rent-free, so...
Yeah, it's actually closer to 8.
Yeah. Well, it's actually Spiders George who eats 45,000 spiders a year, so the statistics are probably a little off.
He does it all, so we don't have to.
And not only is it a myth, it was actually made up to prove that, like, media outlets will report dumb bullshit without doing any work to prove
Yep.
that it's true or not.
That's fair.
Like, how does that even make sense? I've always heard it reported with different time frames too. Like, I just said every night, but I've also heard every year, but also in every lifetime that you eat 7
The
spiders.
original one was every year, and yeah, it was like a research group out of like Michigan or Illinois who put that out to prove that like local newspapers and radio stations and TV stations would just report it without any thought, and they were right. And because of that, we now have that dumb fucking thing out there that isn't true and was never true, and people have lost like all meaning of what it was supposed to be.
Dax is gonna wake up with Garugamesh over him with a pair of tweezers dangling a spider above his mouth.
With my followers, that would not have been the first time.
They're cold. It's warm inside your mouth.
Oh, God.
Jesus Christ. Anyways,
Yeah. Yeah, we make our way out of the alley. Meet up back up with Vic.
Yeah, Vic's probably just sitting on the curb, just visibly shaken from something and just not really directly looking at you guys.
I'll just walk over and wordlessly just outstretch a hand to help lift you up.
He just kind of nods. He doesn't take your hand, but he does eventually stand up. Well, I presume that was you all in some capacity.
Yeah, we were all kind of taken to some place. I don't really know what happened, to be honest. Fernix, any ideas? You're...
It was an otherworldly force manifesting itself.
Ernest was actually the one to dissipate it.
It certainly was not without its difficulties.
Oh.
Very close to losing my breakfast, but I'm fine anyway.
That's
Got
Good.
it.
hopefully we got some information out of it.
We got some, and I'll share with you everything we learned.
Well, I suppose we could try asking around for the dealers, but
I think if
Doesn't
we were to
seem
do
like
that, we would just bring more attention, and not the kind we want.
if nothing else, it sounds that perhaps those amulets or pins were, if they were from a temple, then I would imagine it's something dedicated to Sojourn, perhaps.
Quite possibly.
But
I don't really know where to start looking, though, because, well, he was right. This place has been... A lot of places made for one purpose, taken down, repurposed, taken down, repurposed, and then just became a ramshackle shithole. A lot of these places used to be churches, and are now just crack houses or what have you. So...
Crack?
It's a fancy term.
Oh, you mean fissure?
Yeah, that stuff.
The legally distinct drug that we have in this world.
Absolutely.
are you implying that crack has a copyright on it?
Yeah, from the FBI.
That's why.
Who was it? CIA? Yeah, the CIA copyrighted crack.
Gotcha. Well, I suppose we could theoretically try doing a stakeout around the fountain.
We could have, it'd be more unbelievable if it was Mir and Atari doing it, but one of us act as bait and try and get someone to dead drop it, have someone watching the fountain to see who does it, and then following that person.
I lean over to Daxius and I say, I like Natari a lot. Do you trust her not to try it after picking it up?
I give Natari a look. She's experimented with... Give me a moment.
Out of game, is it the 100 or 1,000 gold restoration?
She having listeners, like, fuck you! Like, man, I've tried some shit before. This doesn't look fun.
Yeah, it's just that Sven was a little worried about you, you know, your little boy toy and all.
And doesn't say anything.
Basically
Just
like
straight face.
Ventura.
But, I'll just turn back to Sven, like, yeah, she's, I trust her.
Could also try asking about some of the things that they'd stolen. Silverware, the books, the pin.
Mm-hmm.
They mentioned
The
the
bird.
yes, the bird as well.
Mummified corpse, which is, odd. Okay.
I'm
curious
curious
about
as
the
to
big
where they
book.
might have found that.
Mm-hmm.
In any case, if nothing else, there's a few places that might be in the market for a book. You mentioned Madame Carrington's, and there are a few other establishments that might be worth checking out as well.
Indeed. I'm really curious about that, the golden brooch of a moth and butterfly, because that's very specific. You think it'd be some kind of like sigil or something, but I'll have to go to the library or something and look at nobility and symbols within the city or something. But it's not ringing any bells for me.
Right. We need to figure out who this JB person could be. After all, it might have just been something that they were given to facilitate this exchange.
That's also possible. They did say he specifically stole it, though. And also, we don't even know for sure that the initials are JD or even JW. We know J. But even then, he could have been... He was high, so all this information we have to take with a grain of salt.
Right.
Perhaps we should talk to his father, Garrick Tan.
A good place to start.
I'd imagine that there's probably some amount of a disconnect there, given it's strange to hear that a family member of someone like that might be struggling for money. So perhaps that
is
might be a
odd.
dad as well.
I'm not sure what we could really learn from the father if they... I imagine they probably didn't know what they were doing here. Or maybe they did. It wouldn't hurt to go check, but I don't know what we'll find. Regardless, we're... Oh.
He also mentioned a silver key, which could be the same one mentioned by Madame Carrington.
Remind me, what did Madame Carrington say about the key?
It's a key of, right? What did it? Was it silver metal? Like it was key of something metal, and I didn't catch that word.
Silver, yeah.
Yeah.
That
It was stolen by a witch.
were trying to sell her something, specifically a very large silver key, but wanted far too much, so she passed.
She didn't mention him trying to sell anything else to her, did she?
I don't think so.
Oh, probably not. Like, how about this? No, still not interested.
Well, in any case, did we want to poke around the night market at all?
We could look around.
I feel you could, but I might stick out a bit much.
If anything, it might be better for us to not group up there because I think just kind of look around. They see us wander around together for long enough, and people in the area will probably start to piece things together. Especially in the night market.
I don't know how they could piece us together when I look like this.
Context clues. Doesn't matter how you look, as long as you stick around as a group long enough. And keep asking the same questions.
Fair enough.
Look to
And,
might be worth stopping in at the Lamplighters. Just, if nothing else, I'm just a bit curious about their operation. I believe Melia mentioned that, well, perhaps was the captain during that conversation. He mentioned that they had been officially disbanded, I had thought, but the duties of lighting the lamps were still being fulfilled somehow.
Yeah, I was curious about that as well. I never looked into it while I was in the city, but I never really heard much good. But though that's pretty standard.
But we should ask around a few of the shops to see if they can identify any of the items that were sold.
That'd be a good place to start. I can, well, there's a lot of ground to cover. I could possibly get some of my followers to start asking around too. Just to cut down on time.
Sure.
We do have
We
the
keep enough
option
stick our
of,
faces there.
the connections that we made yesterday, Gurugamesh.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about it, crossed my mind. I'm just worried that they'll have involvement in the shiver business because I'm sure it's not to their benefit to have a bunch of drugged out people on the streets unless some of that money's
Most
entering their
kids.
wallet.
I'm just going back to my notes. Well, it was the breakwaters, yes. They deal in drugs a lot, so I guess it really depends.
I think it would be
to be honest,
Marriage.
I don't think it's worth it to get involved with any of these groups.
I think it'd be dangerous to ask them, but I've never been one to shy away from danger, Sven, so I'm up for it if you are.
I can't be the only one who thinks that this is a shit idea that will just get us in more trouble.
Shit idea, but
It's
possibly entertaining. Let me remind you of that.
It'll be entertaining until we get shot down.
Oh, I don't mean entertaining for our benefit. I meant entertaining for somebody else's benefit, some unseen person in the room with us. If we were to go into a criminal negotiation and get into some sort of firefight or maybe a hostile negotiation, that seems like it might be the kind of thing that interests people. Not people right here, right now, but this unseen third party we have watching us. Sorry, I'm a little schizophrenic.
Eerie.
I think maybe the spiders are getting to you. We should really
Spiders
get
are
that
rolling a
sorted
tiny
out.
video camera.
So Sven, if you want to go hit up the crime lords of the city, yeah, I'm down to roll dirty with you.
I am not sorry for that, thank you. But I think it is, if we do run out of thread, potentially we could consider...
It would be a good backup.
Vic, back me up here. You can't think this is a good idea, even if it is a last resort.
No, I'm saying as a last resort.
Oh yeah, last
I-
resort.
It shouldn't be a resort in the first place.
Yeah, just kind of looks over and I'm sorry, I wasn't paying that close attention. I don't know.
Just say yes.
I'm not going to say yes or no to anything.
Hmm.
Because knowing what you've done in the past is probably...
Me? What? No.
Well, I'd be with them in that case, so we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
This homeless man has a personal stake in our adventure, so I invited him and his 15 closest companions to fight alongside us in the effort to stop the thing we're against.
I've pledged 75% of all of the gold we make for the next 35 years to get the help of this schizophrenic weirdo I found literally in a pool of his own blood.
Guru's next character is just going to be Mr. Beast.
The only difference between me and Daxius is that he took a trait to do this. Or a feat.
Feet?
Yeah, his leadership feat.
Okay. We're talking about D&D.
Yeah, my bad.
Feet?
Sorry, guys. I got a little
Weird.
distracted for a second there, you know.
I had to switch my priorities.
Dex just fucking rubs his eyes like, alright, well, this isn't gonna solve itself. Are we going to the night market? What are we doing?
Yeah, I think we should head up the night market before we try anything else. That fountain that the addict spoke about seemed promising. I think if we could observe there, then we might be able to figure out how the drops go down and how to initiate one ourselves.
Mm-hmm. Or just follow them.
Or guys, we can go to Ackerman again. Let's do it after he literally held us at gunpoint last time.
I
Garugamesh just wants to
think
get
I
back.
felt my heart palpitate.
Like, Daxius is the one talking about all this revenge and stuff. I'm sorry we killed your friend. We'll get revenge on the people who sold him his drugs.
He was charmed, all right? He was gonna accept anything I said.
I'm sure he would have. I just think it's funny that we killed his friend. And you're talking about getting revenge.
I had to coax him into talking somehow. You have any better ideas?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if we killed
Evoke a sense of empathy. You wouldn't want this happening to anyone else.
That's literally what I said.
All right, sorry. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. Anyways, let's go back on topic.
No,
To the night market. To the night market.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm like, who else, if anyone, did they say that they sold to? Was it just,
Was Greeley's crew and Bravasi's band.
Mm-hmm.
Were the
right,
two
they said probably
names.
Greeley.
I don't know this Greeley fellow at all, do I?
No.
Didn't
He was-
think so.
If you heard of him, it was probably small fry shit.
Right.
So,
He was
Well-
a kid stealing candy back in the day.
If we want, I can... You'll take me a few hours, but I could figure out how to get in contact with this guy. And maybe try and see if he can arrange a dead drop for us, and then... go from there.
Alright.
Before or after heading to the night market. Could at least scope out the area.
Right, I suppose.
Sure.
Alright, I guess we're heading to the night market then.
Hell yeah.
all right. So, the night market is a good 10 to 15 minutes walk in the other direction, and it's kind of hard to figure out exactly why they call it that until you kind of get into the area where it is. And against the massive old wall is stuck this open air bazaar where most of the buildings around it are built up so high that despite it being like 2:30ish in the afternoon, it's like only now getting any amount of sun coming down because there's nothing built directly above it. It is a kind of a sad affair. Sure, there's a lot of vendors selling the usual stuff, food, clothes, booze, what have you. But there seems to be people selling fucking anything, from what are probably obviously forged or stolen knickknacks to weapons and gear that I think any of you with 2 brain cells are able to figure out there's no way in fucking hell somebody here has something like that. There are people performing poorly, and a lot of people that are just sort of hanging around. You're able to find the fountain rather easily. It's old. Pretty large, and it doesn't work anymore. There is no water pumping up through it, running down through the 4 or 5 layers down to the bottom basin. You can tell that there are people sort of waiting around, kind of watching to see if, like, somebody will come around, but they don't seem very hopeful.
It's also worth mentioning, Pearl did have a journal to Sojourn, so Temple of Sojourn is probably where he got a lot of that stuff.
Is there a Temple of Sojourn
Right.
in this area? I don't see one on the map.
There's one in Lunabrook, yes. You guys went to it earlier.
Yeah. Oh, I was meaning, because I thought he said he got this in, fuck, what was the place? It wasn't, hold on. Bridgeport. Where's Bridgeport?
Bridgefront?
My note says Bridgeport.
Yeah, you did say Bridgeport.
No, it's bridge front.
Okay. So it definitely was from somewhere local-ish.
we
Make,
could always-
I mean,
Could always go over and ask, but it could be. Things have been torn down and rebuilt so many times. Maybe it's still ruins or something.
quite possibly. There's probably at least one ruined
fence,
temple of Sojourn around here.
Well, could have just stolen it from the place that we were at.
True. Hmm.
Yeah.
It's just,
Melody mentioned she had been getting in and out of that temple. Perhaps she'll be aware of that sort of thing.
hmm.
Guess Vic will take just a stroll around the outside of the fountain. Just look around at it, see if there's any, like, I don't know. I would assume there isn't, like, hidden compartments or anything, but, like, places that could be
Give me a
used to
perception
hide
check.
stuff, you know.
I'll assist. So that should give you a +2.
Okay.
My dog has joined the stream.
Woof.
You walk around the fountain and you see a few things. One is that there's a sign hung around its central kind of tower that says fountain, I guess what would the phrasing be? Fountain topped due to poisoned water. Also on the far side, probably closest to the, probably closest to one of the walls, but then again, that's like 2/3 of the entire area. You do find loose bricks in the foundation. And,
Start pulling them up.
Maybe.
The foundation of the fountain or a wall near the fountain?
on the fountain itself.
Yeah, how do the edges of the bricks look? As if they've been moved around a lot?
They look like they're worn.
Mm.
Yeah, this is probably it. I
I'm
imagine
guessing-
if we don't want to turn heads, we should leave it alone for now. There's probably
Yeah.
someone watching it.
Let's get out of sight and observe a little bit.
You know, that's a fair point. I could just stick Etor on it.
Mm,
Have him get under a basket or something.
that would actually be a lot better.
Yeah.
I could have a follower as well, just not in the night market, but just watch Etor in case anyone fucks with him, just as a safety measure.
I won't shy away from a little extra security.
Because it's not like Etor can like communicate with you across the city.
You can.
No,
You can?
just 1,000 feet or so.
Oh well, enough.
Could I try to get a sense of where the water source for this fountain might be? If so, we'll preface that with if you think that's a stupid idea, then we can ignore that. But
Well, I'm gonna go with the probably obvious answer that it comes from underground.
well, yeah, but
Well, you-
like, I mean,
Where in the fountain itself?
well, no, not just like where the water or the water. I mean, I know it's coming from under the ground, obviously, but like, is there like an entrance to the sewers or somewhere where this water might have been like might be? I'm looking for where the water is so that I can go look at where the water is. Like,
Is there
an
a
entrance to the
city
sewers?
waterway station that we just
Yeah.
walked past? We've been standing by it the whole time.
But
we
I
turn
don't
around.
think you've
Oh!
really passed something like that. You do see there is a bit of water, like, dribbling down, like, the actual fountain itself, but, yeah.
Like, if I were looking for specifically where the source, like, the collection of where the water is.
Like, the control that controls the flow of the water in and out of the fountain.
That, or the pipes that are actually feeding it. I'm trying to find where the water is coming from.
They're probably a little bit closer to the wall. There is a kind of simplistic looking wheel that most likely controls it. There's no above ground piping whatsoever.
Okay. Is there an entrance to where I might be able to find the piping, or is that like just literally buried?
Most likely buried. You don't see any kind of openings down into like the sewer itself. You pass a decent amount of wells. I mean, it just goes with the area. You're not going to be like more than 200 or 300 feet from a well at any time. You haven't noticed, like, probably the nearest Odiug plug is the one back close to the old docks, and you haven't noticed any kind of access to any kind of underground area over here. Considering the viscosity and almost permanent wetness to most of the dirt around here, that might be not super possible, as anything you would build might just collapse in on itself. Also, it's a shitty neighborhood, and why would they maintain that?
To better their community.
Ha ha ha.
Yeah. Have we heard anything about the wells also being poisoned, or is this fountain unique?
You haven't noticed, then again, I guess you weren't necessarily looking for it, but you haven't noticed any kind of demarcation or warnings about, like, poisoned water. But I think you were told that there were a lot of the deaths that had happened in this neighborhood were described as being accidents or suicides. Perhaps this might link into that, hey, the water's poisoned.
If someone jumped into the reservoir, yeah.
Was this fountain working when I was here like a year ago?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not an impressive sight, to be sure, but it worked. People came to the water from it.
So the broken fountain is new. Okay. Huh.
What do we do?
The background noise.
Well, I think we've come to a bit of a, I wouldn't say dead end, but
Time to go speak to the crime boss.
Hell yeah, let's go, Sven.
no.
We've tried one thing, and it didn't work, so we're just going to give up.
Yep.
That's right.
I can send my followers around and help narrow down places we can investigate.
Send Dax's followers to the crime boss. Kill two birds with one
no.
stone.
They would not get out of that. Very bad idea.
Literally
Probably
killed.
probably even worse than you guys going.
Well, I would assume that Ellie is probably still back over at the Library of Thought, so
All right.
probably head that direction at some point.
Well, when you do that, I'll have to run back and let my followers know what I want them to do. What should be the priority? What should I send them to find?
Bitches.
Look around for pawn shops, basically. Any of the items that might be
Okay.
sold there. I don't know how you would find a mummified corpse, or where you would find one. But
I feel like that's nice and that if it came through somewhere, people would know.
Did we ever do enough research to figure out what the moth brooch was?
Well,
I made a roll, but I got nothing from it.
I would guess that it's a symbol of Sojourn.
Vic would know, yes.
Oh, it is.
That's the symbol to Sojourn, yes.
Oh, well, there we go.
It's technically a lunar moth, but it's often confused as a butterfly.
All right. All right. Well, I'll get started on that then. If I'm not needed here, I'm gonna head back to where they're staying and get my followers on it. All right. See you later then.
Makes
and
sense.
I'll run off and
We'll meet back
I'll
up
make-
at the Library of Thought later.
sounds like a plan.
All right.
I'll just, however long it takes, I'll take some piece of paper, write down everything, and just tell them, hey, go to pawn shops, look for these things. Don't ask too many overt questions. We don't want too many eyes on us. But just look to see if you see any of the items. Ask, be like, hey, I need this for like my wife or something. Like, do you have any like something like this in stock? Like, be subtle about it.
All right. And the rest
However
of
long
you?
that takes.
Vic's gonna go talk to Melia, see if she knows anything about any Temple of Sojourn being robbed. So, heading back to the Library of Thought, see if she's there.
Okay.
Do we still want to keep a watch on the fountain, or?
I think they said most of the deals were at night, so it might not be a point in doing it right now.
Stay.
I'm not there.
I mean, if you want to have Esser just kind of hanging out, it's probably like, not that far.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Probably have him come back after a certain amount of time.
it's if the map scale is right, it's should be
As
fine.
close as I can be, yeah. It's a big fucking city. It would take you at least like an hour to walk from one end to the other.
Mhm.
And Sven and Giro,
Where do you think we're needed, Sven?
At the bar to get drunk.
leaning into that, huh?
I'm gonna keep making that joke until it stops being funny.
Only when it starts.
Damn. That's rough. I'm not really sure. I mean, do you guys have any ideas? Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, if we're trying to follow the stuff, I guess any of it should be a possible lead. But
Aside of just like asking around and generally, like, I've wanted to have Sven do a good amount of charity work, and I could just say that I'm like trying to do charity work and establish connections with people, and maybe I learned something through that over time.
well, we were after the people who were distributing the drugs, right?
Yeah. I'm saying because we could figure out more information about these people.
You're looking to go door to door, perhaps seeing if you can't buy a sample off of someone would be a bit more beneficial than just asking about it. If we can get a sample, perhaps we can take it back to the society and perhaps isolate some of the individual components and learn something about its construction.
Yeah. Oh, I do need to actually heal us of our strength damage, which I can do that.
Oh yeah.
You guys. We would probably have to go out, find some place outside of the city, and then I can use my mud thing.
What you don't want
Just use
to
it. You could just use it in
Yeah.
the slums here.
just go into the middle of a crowded street, cover yourself in mud, and just splash around for a few minutes. Good luck.
And don't worry, it's the
Honestly?
sewer outlet. It's fine.
The public mud bath might draw attention that Sven would be appreciative of.
Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like all my plans are like more long-term stuff that would take a day or two rather than immediate.
And we're not on a specific timeline at the moment. If you got some stuff you want to work on.
What do you want to do, Garugamesh?
I mean, we could go visit Arthur Scrivener with the Azure League. I don't think we've met him yet.
We could. I feel like some people here would not be happy if we did that, but we could.
They've left us unsupervised, my friend. And we were given this name right before we left Ensburg. I think it might be important we figure out who this is. If anything, we'll just stop by to make introductions and say hello. After all, we are up for work, aren't we?
What could go wrong?
Right.
What do you guys think as players? Do you think we should do
Hey,
that?
hey, they're not here right now. It's just you and me. We're gonna have to make a big boy decision.
Okay. Okay. I feel like Sven's gotten yelled at a couple times by now, and he's like, I think we should wait till ask the party if that's a good idea.
If that's what you'd like to do, I will respect your decision. I think it's a safe one.
No, let's split up, and I'm not going to tell you where I'm going.
Yeah, I was just thinking that, and then he goes.
So,
Alternatively, could we could check out the Lunar Guard. They're doing work all over the city, right? They might know something.
That's true.
Captain of the Lunar Guard or one of the divisions was one of those we talked to, so if they had any information, we would already have that.
I was told that we should get in good with the Lunar Guard. So, yeah, maybe we can do that. Yeah, let's go hit up the Lunar Guard. See what we can get there.
I know. Let's spend our time making a pot roast, and then we hit up the Lunar Guard later. Everyone's more receptive when you bring food.
That actually might be a good idea. Hold on.
The Garugamesh Sven cooking arc?
We could go get it from the
weirdest fucking anime.
whatever the equivalent of a Boston market is.
Yeah, we
We're pretty happy with that.
Have you guys seen the KFC Christmas bundle? It's
Yeah.
just like a barrel-sized thing of cake, chicken, and sides.
I know, Sven.
Why?
Let's
Look,
get
Ramon,
takeout and
for their-
disguise it as our own cooking.
Their chicken cakes or whatever.
Steamed
and I'm like,
hams.
God has abandoned us.
Yes. Delightfully devilish, you.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get takeout and disguise it as our own cooking and bring it to the Lunar
Dactyus
Guard.
has gone back to set out his followers to see what they can learn. Vic is going back to the library, thought to speak with Malia. Hiro and Sven are going to go up to the Northlight Citadel to hopefully speak, most likely with Carolyn Stauffer and the CID. And Fernix, you're setting your homunculus out to keep an eye on the fountain while you, I believe, go back with Vic.
Mhm.
All right.
So Daxius is.
Oh, come on, Sven. It's not too late. We could still go to the Azure Guard or the Azure League. My bad.
I mean, I was Daxius would probably, when he's done, stop by with Vic and say, "Hey, you good? You need me?" No, I'm just gonna help my followers then, because there's a lot of ground to cover.
So where
Yeah.
are Vic and Fernix going, by the way?
Library of Thought. Talk to Malia.
Right, so they're going to get drunk at a bar.
Oh,
like
house, actually.
All right.
If anyone's like alone, like by themselves, like it sounds like Phoenix might be by themselves. Latari will keep you company just so, you know, in case something happens, no one's alone.
So, you guys break. Daxius, you head off. Hiro and Sven go off to wherever it is they ultimately end up. Vic, you and Phoenix, after setting Etor to keep an eye out, go back to the Library of Thought. By the time you reach the Library of Thought, Phoenix does get a few messages that he's seen people come and go that are obviously selling something. He asks you what you want him to do.
I guess try to remember what they look like. I don't know if telepathy can send images, but that might be a little too.
Yeah, I think so.
It doesn't care about language, but I'm assuming it's just like ideas. So I guess try to like remember who they are, and it might be too dangerous to tail one of them. But if he has a general description, any commonalities, then take those down.
Okay.
Or rather, just let me know, and I will.
Take note if he sees them entering any buildings or talking to anyone working at the market.
If he does see someone, since Atari's with you, you can just send Atari that way and then see if they can see where they went.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, if we have some way of pointing them out, could ask Atari to tail them in case they're going right back to drop off the money, I would assume.
Yeah.
Alright. Tori is sent off then, leaving the two of you to enter the Library of Thought on your own. Melia is there. She is nursing a sizable cup of very black cowboy coffee and sort of making conversation with a few people around her, and by making conversation, she's talking and they're listening, whether they want to or not.
Yeah. Pretty much the only way to get through that is to talk louder. So, Vic just kind of walks up and sits down and says, "Do you have a minute? Got some things to discuss."
Yeah, been a busy day, huh?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah, I kind of could tell. When you pause like that, you generally give yourself away. So, how horrible.
Well, Alex, you were in the middle of it.
Spiders coming out of people's mouths and webs everywhere.
Yeah. Right.
So it's been better.
It's not what I saw.
And
Anyway.
where was that exactly?
It was a fever dream alley. One of the
Oh, they found the
Users.
gang's bodies.
yes. Seems that some sort of necrotic presence is erupting out of people on a semi-regular basis.
This happened before then.
That's kind of that's news to me.
From the way it was described, it seems that it's not overly uncommon. But perhaps I'm misunderstanding.
No, there's been a lot of people that have ended up dead like that. Like I said, I thought there's been something rather screwed up with the realm of dreams around here. How deep into your studies about that did you actually end up making since you
Well, we Stopped over at Madame Carrington. Apparently she was one to speak to about the realm of dreams. Mentioned a few things. Lots of descriptions of spiders, poisonous webs stretching over great front, spiders ensnaring the minds of the lucids, that sort of thing. Apparently it's something that rules the dream world, and their domain expands by night. There was a lot of large metaphorical descriptions, I would imagine, at least to some extent.
I don't think so at all, actually. So,
Yes.
you said you saw spiders pouring out of some guy's mouth, spider webs everywhere. Could you show me?
That's
Could you
right.
take me there to where and show me the spider webs?
Could you show me on this doll?
They were some sort of a manifestation. They vanished.
Right. What you saw was a nightmare. I've been suspicious of certain things that have been happening here in this part of the city. There's generally a pretty good separation between the world of the waking and the world of the sleeping. And I'm thinking that something is breaking down that barrier. What you experienced was somebody's nightmare that was leaking out of the dream world into the real one. And as I told you, what happens to people who are lucid and die in their dreams?
Well,
They
exactly
die
what
in
we
real
saw.
life. Sorry, I'm not here.
Yeah, their body kicks it. Usually that's the end of it, though. They die, their body expires, and that's that. Something's either empowering these dreams, chipping away at the barrier separating this world from the next, or both. Both of which are problems.
Right.
That is, well, I made a connection when we were thinking or waiting for our reading from Madame Carrington. I know we didn't go too far into the exact details, but do you remember reading about Malik?
It's been a while, but yeah.
I don't remember for sure, but I remember that there was some symbology that seemed very familiar. Particularly the mentions of the spiders and something about cults, but the exact details, I don't recall either. It's something that, well, if there is well, I don't know. There's been mentions of, some religious aspect to this situation as well. When we...
Brotherhood of the Spider.
Yes. And apparently when we... Well, the fellow, Pharrell Tan, he appears to have robbed a Temple of Sojourn, looking for things to sell. Mentioned a journal or a book and some sort of gold pin.
Well, it wasn't the one I was staying at. I think I would have noticed that or been told about it at least.
Figured.
That said, there are a lot of old temples, especially in this part of the city. If you're not super familiar with the history of Moonbrook, this is the older part of the city. Where we're standing is probably 1,200, 1,400 years old. Used to be a fortress and then grew up into something larger as the Empire built up a fortress that held a very important fork in the rivers and turned it into a trading post and then into a city. I wouldn't be shocked if there were other temples that may have been built and been lost over time. Perhaps destroyed, perhaps just incorporated into other buildings.
So we've, one of our compatriots is looking about to see if they can locate any of the items that were sold, perhaps give us some sort of trail as to where the Pharrell traveled. But with the realm of dreams being a idea at the forefront, I would not be surprised to find some sort of mystic element being expended on here. And if that is true, then Sojourn would probably be
with an actual cult. It's a pretty good bet.
Might need to do some reading in that
Maybe
case.
Worst idea. I would not be shocked if this quote-unquote Brotherhood of the Spider was maybe a little group pretending to be a cult so that they can make money selling whatever the fuck it is they're pouring and distilling into this drug that fucks people up and expands their domain, I suppose I would call it. I just don't know why. Alec doesn't give a shit about dreams beyond inflicting nightmares. And this, sure, inflicts nightmares. Why kill this many people, inflict this much terror, but at the same time try to keep everything on the down low? Either
Almost like they're
somebody is afraid that if they go a little loud, they'll attract some attention. Maybe something happened that's causing a lot of this. I don't know what that is. I wish that I had any idea. People that I could actually talk to, that I could shake down in my way. Spend a couple hours, break a couple fingers.
It'd certainly be faster if that was possible.
Maybe. I know we didn't spend the most time together. In your time since, have you ever dealt with people that I would call fanatics? One, two people, strange beliefs?
I think that's fair to say, in a sense at least.
What about a group?
Well, not directly, but yes.
Torturing them might not have done anything. I've kind of learned over an amount of time that the crazier and the more committed somebody is to some form of religious bullshit, the harder it is to break them because they've nothing left to lose. How can you convince somebody who is so ready to go into the next world to give one solitary fuck about this one? I'd aim for the people selling the drugs. I don't think the cult's doing it themselves, or somebody would have noticed. You know, cloaks and emblems and all that kind of stuff, but cults are all the fucking same. They all act the same. They usually stand out in the crowd.
It's a strange, it is very strange that all these cults choose to have the exact same dress code.
Well,
But,
so they can pick each other out of the crowd when necessary. You know, clothes, and symbols and signals and amulets and rings and all that kind of accoutrement.
Yeah. Well, we got a couple names to try to nail down some of the dealers, but from what it seems, the system isn't so much of a walk up and buy it, but a dead drop. It's stationed around the fountain and the night market. Found a few spots where they're...
Careful. Interesting.
Yes.
right.
Got a few names. Greeley's crew, most likely. Ravasi's band or something. Some stupid name. Actually, doesn't matter. But nailing down a specific person is going to be where the challenge is. I think we're planning on trying to perhaps stake out the area and find one.
I've never really known. Cult's one thing, yeah, they can be quiet, they can be subtle. Gangsters? Give me a break. They're never subtle. They're never quiet. Unless they're trying to keep out of sight of somebody more powerful than them. And it wouldn't be the guard, not on the bridge front. So they're afraid of something. Someone. I'd stake it out. Keep a good eye. And if they're being careful, whatever lead you can get your hands on, take it.
I'm curious. I wonder if... we obviously don't have enough information, but... Obviously there's a magical aspect to this concoction that they're selling. But if... It's unclear why these... it would be sold in this way. Perhaps it was not the intention of the original creator. Perhaps these dealers, or wherever they're getting their source, got the recipe from this cult, and it's simply grown out of hand.
I can believe that. Creates
Bit of
something
a
that's
long
so
shot.
addictive and yet kills a lot of the people, and you have an angry group of people who really want something that only you can provide them.
If used in a way that could, well, essentially the drug is a way in for whoever's controlling the dreams here or residing in this dream realm. What if it truly is being used in a way that's outside of their control, then maybe that's why things are breaking down.
Could be. It's been a long time since I've really tried to walk the dream world. I'm always careful about that kind of thing. Always consider dreams to be these safe little places that we can go to in our heads, not realizing that they're functionally part of the ethereal plane. Places that we make, pocket dimensions. Because the human psyche, and obviously Elven, Dwarven, Nomish, any thinking being, has more power within their skulls than they seem to realize. Especially when it comes to something like that. Good psychics, good dreamwalkers, can be dangerous things.
Psychers.
Yeah, something like that. I might be able to do a little bit of research of my own, but look into the Malik angle. Not sure why somebody would want to lean into that, but well, I don't know if you haven't noticed, but some people around here, life isn't exactly all peaches and cream.
No.
You want to look
It
for
sure
somebody who
isn't.
might be into a cult? Find somebody who has nothing left to lose.
Suppose we'll also need to look around to see if we can't get any old maps of the city. Find out where there might be a temple located underneath all these ruins.
Possible.
Got some
City Hall
reading
might have
to do.
something like that. Maybe the
I-
Volunteers.
I'd assume the chapter house has a wealth of knowledge.
Then I'll
Good
leave you
place to
to
start.
it.
Yes. The conversation with Adam Carrington, he also mentioned the Baku. I remember you mentioning them once or twice, but
Magical creatures live in the dream realm, ethereal realm. Kind of look like usually elephants kind of shaped. Not usually very big, kind of the size of a pony. Generally on the helpful side. But like any creature that exists outside of the material plane, take that with a grain of salt. Why would Madame Carrington have mentioned something about a Baku?
Her Baku specifically.
Her Baku. So Carrington is a dreamwalker. Well, that's a boon. I heard she's not very mobile. Is that true?
Didn't seem to be.
You can move her eyelids. Didn't seem that there was much else.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she would be afflicted with, but I heard she wasn't, well... That usually doesn't translate over into the land of dreams. Powerful psychic might not have much control of their own body here. But on the other side of the veil, it would be a decent ally to have. Assuming you get stuck here. I've heard after dark, the neighborhood becomes increasingly more bizarre. Risk it at your own peril.
You will probably stay sleeping over at the Society Banner Home.
Probably for the best. Oh.
Right.
I think I'm going to head back to the temple. There's some text today about entering the land of dreams in a more controlled way that I might have to do a little research into because, well, it's been a really long fucking time since I've bothered wanting to do something like that.
Right.
Sounds.
I've run across it myself in my studies. I need to prepare for it the morning before, of course.
Now that you mention something like that, I have noticed... Never mind.
Oh?
Weird
what was-
feelings. Nothing I can really... Like something's happening, but you don't know where and you don't know what, but you know something is happening. Attached to this, perhaps, but not. Maybe on the other side of the veil that'll be a little clearer.
Right.
Oh.
It does seem like if this is happening due to some sort of drug, it can't be the sort of thing that's started existing overnight. I'd
No.
assume that
And since I've been
the cult did
exploring it,
manufacture it.
it's only gotten worse.
Mhm.
Worse and worse.
Well, there's got to be something that changed. Of course.
If it did, it
It
happened
could've
within the
been- it
previous
could've-
month.
Right. It could be on the astral plane, so exercise all due caution.
You're going to have to. Then, I'm going to head back that way. Keep your eyes out, and, this might be the opportunity to just keep a watch out. We don't always need to confront everything, and sometimes a direct route is sometimes better than others, and sometimes is the worst thing you can do. The trick is figuring out which one is usable when. You can have my coffee. It's not the best. If I want something better, I'll go up to the last drop. It doesn't swill, but... And she just kind of pushes the cup out across the table. You can help me now. She
Right.
then, like, starts to stand up. If you need anything, that's where you can find me. Barring that, perhaps up at the palace library, assuming that the temple doesn't have what I'm looking for.
Understood. I think we'll probably end up meeting back at the Library of Thought later today, once we've all individually taken care of our agendas. But
I'll aim for that then. If I'm not here come nightfall, I'm not coming back. Find me at the temple.
very well.
Good work, everybody. See you later. She starts towards the door.
Good to be working with you again.
And in better Spirits? I suppose? We'll see though. Things don't always end in the same way that they start, I find. Not that, time likes to repeat itself, but it sure loves to rhyme. So, be safe. Don't let a knife end up between your ribs.
I'll do my best.
Alright. And, she heads out, and with that, let's take a little bit of a break. We'll reconvene in maybe about 10. Until then, we will be back. See you later.
See you then.
Oh,
We're back.
yeah.
We're complaining about Naruto.
A pair.
That's right.
Again.
Boruto specifically.
That's just my average Tuesday.
Is that when the episodes come out?
I don't know. I don't follow Boruto.
Just hit me.
I was gonna say, who here is current with Boruto?
Also not.
I tried for 100 episodes and I could not. But anyway.
Valiant effort if you did it for 100 episodes.
Except
I
that
feel like I
One Piece,
wasted
in
a
which
bunch of
case,
time
fucking-
because I made it like 180 episodes into One Piece, and I was like, I'm done.
That's dedication, honestly. That's longer than some animes I've watched the entirety of.
Longer than Hunter x Hunter.
I couldn't get past the Ant Queen arc of Hunter x Hunter.
Yeah,
Neither
same.
can we.
That's where we
Dude.
Hunter x Hunter was great, and then I think sometime around the digital world thing, it just
That one was
plummeted.
weird. Yeah.
They really
'Cause-
needed more
It was a fun
Hisoka.
idea, but
Because that was a
Yeah.
filler season. Like, it had cool stuff, but at the end of it, it's like, okay,
Nothing.
none of that mattered. Now we're going to point C.
Yeah.
And it's like,
that was
acted
wild.
nothing
very
mattered.
loosely with stuff that Gon's dad did. And
And
then they
also-
were also like, by the way, it's all self-contained here, except for Gon's dad, obviously. So
All right.
And then
Yeah,
also
it-
the anime's not finished, and neither is the manga, and it will
And then
probably
it-
never be.
And then,
Probably
like,
not.
around the ant thing, it just slowly ramped up with how many plot holes every single episode got, to the point where it was just impossible to watch.
Like at the beginning, it really felt like kind of a spiritual journey watching Gon like achieve all of these massive feats and like progress through this world. But then like it just became so asinine that like I couldn't deal with it anymore. Like I felt so disconnected from what the core of the show was.
Am I the only one who enjoyed the entirety of Hunter x Hunter except for the video game arc? We won't talk about that one.
I think
The thing is, the
more
video
or
game
less-
arc was cool. But
I didn't think it was
yes,
that
okay.
bad.
Yeah.
So-
we-
Melia takes her leave in order to do her own research, leaving the two of you to discuss or depart at your own leisure. Meanwhile, Daxius, you and your followers move around trying to track down where some of these things might have ended up being hot. For you, since you're the only one that's, knows what you were doing for certain, you head to a couple of, shittier pawn shops, some of which are on the northern side of the old Luna Brook. Some are closer to, the canal market, so they're not in Bridgefront, but they're close enough. And while you find things that, might be similar, you kind of get the idea that what you find isn't what you're looking
Yeah, great.
How long, by the way, do you and your followers spend on this task?
I told everyone it was gonna be a few hours, so like,
Okay.
unless someone comes and finds me, like, I'd say like 4 hours, maybe 4.5 is the max I'll put into it before I'll just head back and say, hey, I've been looking all over the fucking place. I got nothing.
Okay. Well, 3 hours would bring you to about 5 o'clock, about 6 o'clock. Sundown is until about like 8. Still August.
I will say, as we're going, I will periodically just check and see if there's anyone that's following us or anything, just to be safe.
Give me a perception check. Give me 4 of them.
Okay.
Oh.
We take those.
Hell yeah.
As you begin searching, you don't really notice much of anything, especially because in your mind it makes more sense for them to try and hawk these items outside of Bridgefront. There's probably more money. But as you turn up empty-handed, then people are like, I don't know who that is, or I haven't seen anybody like that. You start in closer and closer to Bridgefront. You don't notice anyone following you until probably about 6 o'clock at night when you come out of one of the like last pawn shops, kind of nearest to the night market. Probably on the same street that Works Phrenology is on, between Works Phrenology and Silvestri and Company. And you do notice that there's somebody watching. They're doing a pretty fucking damn decent job at it too. Dressed not in the same or in the usual Bridgefront poverty, but maybe something a little bit better than that. It's kind of hard to put, because they're not dressed in like armor and they're not visibly armed, but they do stand out because whereas most people fucking ignore you as they ignore damn near everybody else, the fact that this person's eyes don't leave you after like 2 seconds.
I'll just I'll wander down like an alley, kind of stop like halfway and just kind of. Is Natari there with me?
So, this might be about the time when you're like, maybe I should meet up with people again.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. But
Oh.
I was. Is Natari? No, sorry, I
She
forgot.
wouldn't have
Natari's off doing other stuff. Yeah, okay.
He was sent back to do a little
So-
recon.
Yeah, I was just trying to get the order of operations in my head again. Okay. In that case, I am going to just pretend like I'm still like investigating places, but I'm just gonna slowly make my way towards the Library of Thought and like kind of just pretend like I have no idea he's following me.
Okay.
And as I get closer, hoping Vic's in there, when I get in range, and I am able to cast it, I'm just gonna just send a message and like, hey, I'm gonna walk by the Library of Thought. There's someone following me. I want you to get behind them so we can have a little conversation.
Now, rewinding a little bit, Natari is sent out to the night market in order to keep an eye, kind of giving an assist to Etor. Fernix, after about maybe a half an hour, maybe an hour or so this is about 3:30 going to a 4, you get a message from Etor saying Natari has been following people and nobody leads to anyone. How do I put this? She says somebody will walk over and like give a whistle and then keep moving, and then he'll watch as somebody else comes out and does something, and then somebody else does something, and then somebody else that's like completely separate still goes out and hands whoever it is what they're looking for. It is a complex set of coin boys, basically, passing off where nobody really does anything. The only person who really does something is whoever takes the drug to the person. That's it.
Right. Then, perhaps see if, well, if you can find a way to tell her, sorry, about, possibly the last person. At least see if anyone's supplying them. And good work to both of you.
About 15 or 20 minutes later, so this is like going on 4:30, you hear Eder saying all the little word that Natari used managed to slip away because nobody seems to know anything. Also, a lot of them are kids. Like, a lot of them are kids.
Oh.
What else does he give you? Oh, and Natari said to tell you that there's, like, some kid who keeps coming up to her and saying he'll sell us the location of the gang for 50 gold.
Well, I suppose I'll run it by the others. Doesn't seem the most confident, but... Well... If he knows that we're watching for them, then... That's already not good. And I'll, try to inform everyone else. In some way. I don't know exactly how we're all spread out.
Yeah, it'll be a bit difficult. So... Let's say you go out. Actually, let's find out what the other two did. So I know where everyone is at what times. Ven and Giro. Take it away. What did you go to do?
We're going to the Lunar Guard.
Yeah, we were going to meet, what was her name?
Caroline.
Oh.
Stauffer.
Caroline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, it does take you a bit to walk up there. It's basically at the extreme other end of the city.
I like to imagine Guru and Sven are just noting along the way how the further north you go, the nicer it gets.
Yeah, which way do you go? Do you go back up through Dockside, or you cut westward through Crown Heights and Howard Vale?
You know, I don't think we've been through Crown Heights yet, and Garugamesh wants to scope it out.
Alright, so
Sure.
you head up through Center City, pass around the bottom of the mountain on top of which the Monarchical War College stands. Go past the Temple of Azarian and begin to circle around where Castle Lunabrook sits high up on this hill. There is a ring of walls that only runs around the southern side. It's almost like it's on a plateau below the upper wall, with statues on top of it. Each one of them generally pointed outward with a hand, or a sword, or a spear, something like that. Very elven visages to them, and very elegant armor. The statues look very fucking old, and the walls themselves curve back into the ground itself. You pass by the Kenning Royal Botanical Garden, which is exactly what it sounds like. It's a gigantic greenhouse that you can go to look at nice flowers. Past the hospital, past the Huck Physic Garden. You then have to pass through the area where the Great Pantheon is, which this is probably one of the newer buildings in the city. Tall, probably about 4 or 5 stories high, with a gigantic fucking freestanding dome on the top. Beautiful building, very modern, very stands out as being very modern. And then past the university, possibly passing on the other side to go past like some of the nicer houses. Because yeah, once you get up here, the houses get real nice, real fast. Depending on how close you get, depending on like the look or the view that you get, you might be able to catch some of the Ludendorff Palace, which that building is probably bigger than everything that you saw in Innsbruck, and then some.
I wouldn't be able to just walk up to that, right?
No, it seems to be pretty well guarded.
Okay. So it looks like there's entrances at the street though, right?
Yeah.
So I could probably talk my way in.
Good fucking luck. Oh.
Hey, if it's luck we need, I roll pretty good. Vic, just stay away from me.
Hmm.
I mean, don't you want some sixes? Some fives?
Yeah.
I can get some fives for you.
So what is the Ludendorff Palace? What is it? Obviously, it's for somebody named Ludendorff, but who may that be? I can roll knowledge local.
Give me a knowledge local.
Man. I took 10 on that.
Okay, just a second. Which are great. Okay, so that brings out to 14. Is that?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
14. Yeah, it's not exactly like the. They're a pretty famous and rather powerful family, so not exactly the. You don't need to have a deep knowledge in order to know who the Ludendorffs are.
Would I need to have a deep knowledge to know why they're famous? Other than being just a royal family?
In fact, the Ludendorffs are not a royal family, and you know that they have never held the principality here. The owner of the palace, however, is a pretty powerful noble, a duke. Currently, the dukedom, the duchy, is held by a Christoph Ludendorff, older man, his 70s. Used to be much more kind of active in the world, but not as much anymore. His wife's still alive, and you know he has a few kids. A son who shares the same name as him, so he is referred to as Christoph Ludendorff the Younger, and his father the Elder. He has 2 other children, one of which is a woman named Deborah. Probably, oh no, excuse me. That would be Christoph's wife's name, for the Groff family.
Deborah's the wife?
Deborah is Christoph the Younger's wife, and last name is Groff, Groff. That's about what that roll is gonna get you.
That was pretty good.
Yeah,
What's their rep around town?
charitable. They're
Charitable.
known as being very wealthy and very influential. They're also pretty generous when it comes to the distribution of their money. They own the gigantic hippodrome that is on the other side of town. In fact, you'll go near it on your way to the Citadel.
They own HIPAA?
They also donate a lot of money to the university and to the Catabraxi College of Magic. Their other son, Quincy, is a professor at the University of Lunenburg. They do have a daughter. Her name is Anastasia. Actually, you would know her as well. She's basically a dilettante. She is a... I guess, what the fuck? She's a ballet dancer. She performs a lot of, does a lot of performances at the Volbrocken Opera House, where the family has a stake of ownership, I suppose.
What was the daughter's name?
Anastasia.
How old is she?
Probably in her 40s at this point.
They're human.
Yeah, they are.
Well, my game froze. I guess I don't have time to stop there today. I guess Finn will probably just nudge me along.
Probably. You stop,
And
start
let-
staring inside the gates, and Sven's like, no, no, no.
Sven, are you sure you don't want to go schmooze with some nobles? I could definitely use a new gym cutting contract.
You know, I do wish to do this, but I think that for now, perhaps we stick to the plan.
Aw, shucks, Sven, you're no fun.
So, the last stretch to the Northlight Citadel is pretty uneventful. Churches, university. You at least watch a group of Griffin riders come in and land at the air strip at the Talon Company barracks. And so that's always fun the first couple times.
What handle animal skill do I need to be able to ride a griffin?
Actually, wouldn't be handle animal as they have intelligence above animal, so you actually have to convince them with a diplomacy check.
Nah, that's not gonna happen. Not from Garugamesh.
Do griffins have a language?
I believe, I'm not sure if they have their own individual, but at least the ones raised in human captivity would generally understand common. Even if they cannot speak it themselves, because, you know, lack of pharynxes.
What if I rolled bluff instead to convince one that I know how to ride griffins, and it would actually be very cool of it to let me ride?
It's still an animal, it'll probably bite you.
I have handle animal.
Oh. Either way,
You can handle being bitten.
you're able to approach Northlight Citadel, and you're allowed inside, especially when you're told, or you tell the officer standing outside that you're coming to see Captain Stauffer. It's a sizable complex, sizable building, and yeah, you do kind of hear the sounds of distressed individuals coming from the heavily guarded portion which makes up the prison. But you're able to go into the main building where the administrative center is. What do you do once you're inside? Excuse me.
We demand to speak to the manager.
I go up to the counter and like, I present both my. Oh, I guess I only have one Valier Society badge, and I go. We've been deputized. I'm actually here. I wanted to talk to some of the Lunar Guard who work kind of in the slums. Ask them a few questions about some of the problems in the city. You got anyone you could give me?
The human man who's standing on the other side of the counter, he's like middle-aged, but probably in his 40s, and he's got this kind of a dumpy look to him. And as you start talking, like his eyebrows kind of go together, like you finish up and say, "Is that so?" You know.
Oh, sorry. I take off my hat of disguise and I turn back out from a Dragonborn and into a Garugamesh. You probably recognize me now.
Should I?
You don't know who I am?
Unless we went on a date, probably not.
I keep forgetting who I am.
Who are you?
No, but seriously though, we've been investigating the drug epidemic. I'm with the Valier Society, and we're looking to get to the bottom of this.
Probably should have
We
led
think-
with that.
I flashed my badge. I said I was deputized, and I said I was looking to speak to people who knew about the issue.
You showed me your little clothes that your kobold body was raped in. He kind of looks to Sven, who is, I'm assuming, looks like Sven. Having
I
a day,
sigh.
huh?
Yeah, you have no idea. It's. I look to Garugamesh. It looks like I want to say something, but I don't. And then I say, what he says is true, though. We were deputized to investigate the drug problem, and we are looking for any potential leads or information that anyone could have. And we figured we've heard good things of the Lunar Guard, so perhaps you folk would know something.
Siegfried Ash did tell us to seek you out if we were looking for work.
He's not actually saying that, Gray.
No, I did. I said that.
I didn't hear.
I just said that we were sent, to the, we were told that the Lunar Guard had a good reputation, that if we were looking for work, we'd be able to find it there. And we received a personal recommendation from Siegfried Ash.
Yes, he does say that.
I don't know who that is. Unless you want to be cooked and booked, that is. So, you want to be cooked and booked?
I stare at Garugamesh.
Are you
Please
trying to
take
use
it.
discern lies on me?
It's like, please say no.
No, we don't need to make this harder than it has to be. We're just looking for
Are you
information.
propositioning me, ma'am?
Probably a better choice. So, are you looking for somebody on the ground, or would you prefer simply to talk with Captain Carolyn Stout?
I think Carolyn Stout could give us some good information, but as far as I'm aware, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't believe she sees the day-to-day like your foot soldiers do.
More than you think, but, well, that's a story for never. If you want to talk to somebody that does a little bit of work in that area, you probably want to talk to... He kind of turns around, walks back to a board where there's a map and certain things posted and pinned to it. And kneels down, pulls out like a paper, puts it back and says, Sergeant Heller. Does a little bit of edge work there in Lunabrook. He doesn't know anything about the area. I don't think anybody does.
You say that was Heller?
Indeed, Sergeant Joseph Heller.
Now where could I find this Sergeant Joseph Heller?
At present, assuming he's not on his beat, he'll be at his desk. Right through there. And he turns and leans over the counter and points back to where there's a sizable bullpen.
Alright, Sven. After you, my good sir. And I tip my hat of disguise at the guy at reception. And as I do so, I turn into a half-elf man, a foot taller than I am now.
He watches you go. I don't know if Sen turns around or anything like that, but just
All right, I'll go.
Once you're in the bullpen, you're able to ask around who needs to talk to who, or where somebody's desk is.
As we're going there, I want to talk lowly to Garugamesh. Garugamesh, you really need to stop saying things that will get us in trouble.
That'll be fine. We got the information we needed.
It might not be fine in the future.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Sorry, what I meant to say is we'll burn that bridge when we come to it.
I'd rather us not get to that point in the first place. I don't need to be the one to remind you that you say many things that can get us in jail. And I don't think many of us here are very interested in going to jail.
I don't think they could jail us even if they wanted to.
Grugmesh, do not tempt fate.
As you all walk through a room with like 150 armored officers.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone seen a Heller here?
So you are directed back to where a small desk shunted against the back wall. A man sits there. Human, obviously, probably in his 40s or 50s. Not heavy set, but definitely like kind of just stout. Somebody points you to him. You go over as he's writing. That's what he doesn't look up at you as you coming over. He's just too focused on getting whatever it is done that he's working on.
Alright, I lean over to Sven and I whisper, quiet enough for no one else to hear. On the count of 3, we grab him and pull him into an interrogation room.
No. What did you say his name was?
Joseph
It's Heller.
I walk and I say, Heller?
The human man kind of lifts his head up, looks to the both of you, looks more to the half-elf and says, "Yes, how can I help you?"
I pull my hat off and I bring it low, and I'm gonna roll a diplomacy check just to show that we're being serious about this. We're here on dark matters, I presume. We are members of the Gatecrashers, and in turn, members of the Valier Society. We've only been in Lunabrook a short time, but it's come to our attention that there's a devastating drug problem sweeping the underbelly of the city. And we were given your name as an officer of the peace who might be able to share more information about the goings-on down there.
Are you talking about that pigsty down in Bridgefront?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've smelled nicer pigsties myself. Slept in nicer pigsties.
That's the way it goes. Oh yeah. What do you need to know about it now?
Shiver. Have you heard of it?
Yeah. It's the drug du jour inside the neighborhood.
You gotten your hands on any?
Personally, no. And thank the gods too. Once you get a little in you, it's the only thing you'll ever fucking want to do again.
You said personally no. Does that mean you know of someone who has some? A sample that we could analyze?
Not personally. More like seeing the result of it. Seeing not total scumbags turn into total fucking scumbags. But that's how it seems to go down there.
Well, I'm not really interested in the scumbags who abuse it. Their lives have led them to make that interesting decision, and they're more or less trapped to continue making it. But I'm more so worried about manufacturing processes, distribution, any sort of groups that may be involved, whether it's the Azure League or any of Ackerman's gang.
If the League had their hands in that kind of shit, something tells me we come down on them like 10 tons of bricks. Ackerman? Maybe. My guess is probably not.
It's quite the organized effort, though, wouldn't you say?
Maybe. Yes, more along the lines that I think a lot of it stays within the neighborhood itself.
What gang? What organizations are active in that neighborhood then?
Bridgefront?
Yeah.
Who knows? But Barvasi's crew's been chased in there, but I haven't seen a hide or hair the man himself. Some fucking creepy little cult working down there too, but I haven't seen them either. They like to
Cult?
keep
Was it the
themselves, sequestered away.
Spider Cult?
Yeah, Brotherhood of the Spider, or I don't know, the Spider fuckers for all I care.
Well, they might not be shitting where they eat. Where does the Brotherhood of the Spider typically hang out?
If I knew, it'd make things a whole lot easier. Not a
I
lot
lean I lean real far into the desk and say, "You don't know a lot, ain't this your beat?"
No, genius, it fucking ain't. The guard doesn't step foot inside Bridgefront. It's lawless. We can't control it. The locals don't want us there, and that's that. I know the Ludendorffs pay good money to set up the lamplighters for all the fucking good that did. And that's about it. We control anything that goes into that part of the city, sure. And nothing gets by us, unless somebody knows about it. So my
Sounds
guess-
like a lot does get by you. Who could tell me about the Brotherhood of the Spider?
He kind of looks up at you and says, "You want to run that by me again, you fucking genius?"
I'm trying to play hard cop with this guy. I need Sven to back me up.
I'm just kind of what's the word? Mystified?
All right, fine. I'll keep going.
No. Actually, no. You keep going for a little bit.
I said I need someone to tell me Brotherhood of the Spider. Now, your colleagues recommended you to do that job. Now, if you can't tell me, I need help finding someone who can. Because I was under the impression that y'all over here, the Lunar Guard, were supposed to be top notch. But really, what I'm seeing is no more than a flashy gang.
Gilgamesh. I'm sure there's a misunderstanding here. I apologize for my friend's rudeness. He's dwarf. It's in his blood.
Dwarf? He's a fucking elf. Look at that fucking knife he has on his head.
Oh, I think you may have missed the detail, but I said I took my hat off and brought it low when I did my
Oh, you
diplomacy
actually
check.
Okay. That's only a good thing to do. Okay. Rewind a little bit. This VCR noise. I don't give a goddamn if this is some sort of dwarven bullshit. You're in the middle of the fucking Lunar Guard's headquarters. You want to bring that shit into me?
Yeah, because I want your help. I want your help.
Sir, with all due respect, I do ask for your forgiveness because we've personally been in 2 fights tonight with ethereal creatures that seem to be coming from these drug users. We've been banged up and poisoned from them today. It's been very stressful. I'm sure my friend means nothing by his forward and antagonistic form of interrogation on somebody who doesn't need interrogated. We simply came here for information that could help us in our investigation to figure out what is attacking us in the streets and also the good citizens of this city.
Roll a diplomacy check.
Yeah, give me a
yeah,
diplomacy.
sure. Could I have said that I rolled did enhanced diplomacy on myself before coming in here?
How long does that last as a spell?
A minute?
Boy, that
Yeah,
takes
that's
a
fine.
stretch.
Yeah, no. Alright, fair enough.
Hey,
Still
that's
good.
pretty good.
He looks away from the dwarf to you, very obviously recognizing you're the more reasonable person, and says, "Fine. He then like slowly stands up to like his full height, which isn't as tall as you, Sven, but still pretty decently tall for a human. Like his armor rattles as he stands up. If you want to know about shit like that, either you go over to the Catabraxi College of Magic and ask some questions, or you talk to Aurelian Mercator at the Madian Keep, if he'll talk to you.
Somebody write that down. I'm so bad with names.
Aurelian McCarley?
Aurelio Mercator.
Aurelio.
I think we're gonna need a spelling.
Yeah, there's
The only, thing I said.
genuinely zero. Okay, talk to Aurelia McCarter at
The College of Magic.
College of
Talk to
Magic.
Paul McCartney at the college.
How do you spell magic? I'm
Oh my
kidding.
god. I pat Sven on the back and whisper, "Nice, good cop."
That's how I spelled it in my notes.
Yeah,
Very wrong.
it was close, I guess.
Phonetically, I guess. Alright, thank you. And is there anything that you can tell us yourself? Any knowledge or things that you found? Maybe not in your investigation. I'm sure you have many other things to attend to, but anything you've heard?
I think it's worse every fucking night. That the bodies start showing up further and further down the peninsula, down the actual island.
Do you know of an epicenter of this? Where it started?
Not personally, but I'd say closer to the end of the island. Because now people are starting to show up dead. Yeah, what, in around, between the Light and the Library of Thought? Won't be too much longer before they're showing up dead outside of Bridgefront. And assuming it's going out like a circle, you're gonna start seeing people showing up dead in Highland Terrace too.
Wouldn't want that. Right, well, I look to Guru Ramesh to see if he has anything to say.
I just do the,
Moon actually signed up for this?
What did you say?
Are you the fucking idiots that Droon signed up to do this?
Unfortunately.
Hell yeah. You'll be thanking us before we leave the city. You can bet on it.
He, like, kind of looks at Sven and says, "You, decent. You, real fucking annoying. I see you again, especially in here, and you're gonna spend the next 3 days in prison."
Oh, please. I thought you recognized the bad cop routine a mile away.
Called a hustle, baby.
He starts to, like, pull his sword out of the sheath and says, "You better find somewhere else to fucking be, you little loudmouth."
I'll arm wrestle you if you really want to go that way, but I won't do swords inside.
Alright, that's it. You! These two! Hook 'em,
I throw my hand.
book
I
'em,
put my hands up.
hook 'em!
Do we fade away and go to the
Yeah.
other?
I think Vic's gonna have to bail us out of jail. I'm sorry, Sven.
Why did I begged you?
It's like the rest of the party just gets like a magical ping as we all sense something very stupid just happened.
Hey, I thought this was supposed to be a fantasy game. This is too close to real life. I went to prison for insulting a cop. Did you know
I
in
hate when my
Kentucky-
game's realistic.
in Kentucky they made it illegal to flip off cops?
Of course.
Alright.
Okay.
So, who the hell knows what's going on with them? So,
Meet him back.
Can I take a nap? I'll be right back. No.
Vic, you and Burnix are told by his homunculus what's going on. About 4:30 going on 5. What are you guys doing?
Wait, did Enter see all of that happen?
No.
Oh,
He saw
I was
Actually,
like-
Gray. before we go back, can I lean over to him and whisper and like talk quietly? I'll give you 50 gold if you. Wait, hold on. If you double his time and let me go, he really deserves it.
Trying to bribe a cop now.
He likes me, maybe. No.
He likes me, maybe. He maybe likes me not. He maybe likes me. He maybe likes me not.
So like me, maybe.
Great. Can I roll diplomacy to have that happen?
I'm gonna.
If you want to,
You said it. You said it. You said it.
Do I think that would be a bet? I'm more saying this is a
You already said
playful,
it.
friendly thing.
Yeah, you said you.
Okay.
You gotta commit now.
Sure.
You're not even wrong, though.
Yeah, that's the thing. Am I wrong? I was nice to this guy, and I'm like...
Yeah, I was surprised they arrested you.
Turns to you and says, "You're already ahead of me." He looks back and immediately punches Gurgamesh in the face. As
I'm not
It doesn't do anything.
Start like gathering around.
I'm sorry. Wait. So all the. Wait. Have I been arrested yet?
You're in the middle of the bullpen. Yeah.
Okay.
You're being arrested.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I could get arrested just for bruising someone's fragile ego.
Oh, no.
Can I use intimidate?
Yes.
If they
Can
think I'm
I
a threat,
just-
will they shoot on sight?
They shoot on sight.
What is happening?
Can Sven just be in the corner with his hands up? Not like as a
You are
submission, as in like,
ignored.
I'm not involved.
Yeah, Sven, you're ignored.
He walks away. Well, they're all distracted.
No, I'm
Wait, is
watching this
there
go
a-
down, but I'm just like... I'm not touching this.
Are there any other, is there anyone else around who could put
Oh,
bets?
sorry. I meant to say I used my skill where I turn my perception into or not my perception. I turn my intimidate into a diplomacy check.
He turns himself into a pickle.
With what skill?
My
I
God.
added a skill. I added something.
If it's what I'm thinking of, it's a spell. It's
I
probably
thought I added it to yeah, on my Immaculate Pyrite Ring, I have Hidden Diplomacy, which allows me to use an Intimidate skill check as a Diplomacy one.
They do
Bruce
have, like-
ego so hard that he's like,
So-
I can't deal with
Sorry,
this. Just go
my
home.
intention was to try and convince all the cops not to arrest me just because one of their teammates got a bruised ego.
Like,
There is a save for that, by the way.
I think if we are going the realism route, you're probably getting more time for that.
obviously they still close in on you, and like the sergeant kind of walks up, like puts like the side of his sword against your face, and says, "All right, wise guy, let's go." And he the other guy, the cops grab you and they start dragging you, like not back towards where you would go to be, processed, out towards the side door.
He's getting put down.
Where there aren't any magical security cameras.
I feel like I'm about to get a whooping.
A couple other cops are kind of looking on, like following along, just to see what's gonna happen.
They all just reach on.
They turn off their body cams.
They all hold up their
As
magical
we're all
body.
going on break, sure, we'll be 50 feet over there in the other soundproof room.
Yeah, the footage just stopped recording. I don't know what happened.
No
And,
one drop an acorn for the love of God.
You, the doors are open and you're
Careful.
dragged out into the yard. And, boy. I'm wondering
Kill
how
him,
you
Gray.
would necessarily react, but they're gonna beat the ever-loving shit out of you. It's gonna be like a gang yard beatdown, and they're just gonna enjoy it.
Damn. We gonna roll for this?
We might have to, yeah.
Fight back.
I don't. How many are there?
Is he chained up?
He is not shackled because,
Oh.
Yeah.
but You go out into the yard, and like you started with 4 cops following you. By the time you get outside, there are 10, and a couple out in the yard, just like, what the fuck's going on?
I know I shouldn't be, but I'm thoroughly enjoying this.
All right, I guess they've got me surrounded.
Indeed, they do.
Okay, I'm just gonna wait for my beating, I guess. I'm not gonna run, and I'm not going to hit back because my intention was not to fight the cops.
I want to say that you're thrown over. Maybe you start to get up, maybe not. Something hits you in the side of the head, and everything goes sideways. Then, you're able to stand there and watch as these cops wail on him.
Can I make friends with the guy who ordered this? I want to try and be friends. And can I just tell him stories about Garugamesh while watching this?
The fuck that?
You just Mondays, huh?
Yeah, you
You
sit
just
there
you just look at.
I'm gonna.
talking to him as he's
You know what?
fucking curb stomping Garugamesh into the mud.
Gray, can I use my inspiration to become friends with this guy over this bonding moment?
Oh my god.
Sure, if you want to burn an inspiration point for that. Because
Yes.
You'll get it back next
weirdly
week.
enough, I have stuff prepared for that.
Yes, I'm gonna burn an inspiration point to become friends with this guy, and basically, like, suddenly, like, the scene cuts, and Sven's holding a coffee next to this guy. He's holding a coffee. They're just drinking it and talking about, yeah, this one time Garugamesh did this, and you know, it's really nice seeing him get his comeuppance.
Wait, speaking of comeuppance, while I'm getting beat, can I use sleight of hand to like try and like go through their pockets while they're all dogpiling on me?
That's how you get the prison key.
Man, if you want to really, I mean, you have to roll stupidly well, and
Come on, big money, no whammies.
Yeah, big money, no whammies. I want to see what I can pull out of their pockets.
yeah, no.
Well,
They are
Nothing?
Damn.
beating the shit out of you, just stomping and hitting. They're not like, they don't use like edged weapons or anything. They're just beating you. It's very obvious that they're not trying to kill you.
Hell yeah.
And the sergeant, once he's had his fill, and you, Sven, are shooting the shit with him, he says, you know, Caroline got her own cat. And I was figuring, why would she bother with that? But you know what? Fuck it, I understand it. If you ever have the chance, go round to the last drop and meet him. I've heard he's pretty decent.
Carolyn, you said.
Yeah. Stalfer, the CID captain you met.
Meet Stalfer Carolyn?
She has her own cat?
Yeah.
And to meet the cat? Oh, because Sven's a cat folk.
yeah, that feels subtly racist.
Okay.
Yeah,
I mean-
that's
He has
very
one.
much the angle, yeah.
No, yeah.
I mean,
Oh,
should
I
we
know.
should we say what we're all thinking here?
He usually stays at the foot of her bed.
Like, if there was ever a profession to make a racist remark,
Cops.
Yeah, cops. It just kind of comes with the territory.
and
I just
dwarf,
yelled-
apparently.
I just yell at pig folk.
Just screaming, Schweino, Schweino.
One of the guards takes off their helmet. It's pig folk. Are you serious?
Would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for that meddling Grogamesh.
That would have been so funny if, like, so you know how there's like certain races in Zootopia that are like just as professional, like the polar bears are the crime lords. If just all the cops were pigs.
The beating goes on for a solid like 4 or 5 minutes, which obviously for you feels significantly longer. And then finally it's over. You get like one last kick in the ribs, and the crowd begins to disperse, going back inside. Give me a fort save.
I've not been rolling well on fort saves this session.
Yeah, you're
Hey,
able to
there
stay
you go.
conscious. you're not in good shape. Probably most of your health, like lethal damage, and most of the rest in non. And you're left there in a heap. The sergeant that you insulted is last to go inside, and he just stops like near Sven and says, "I don't know what the fuck his problem is. Welcome to Lunenbrook." And he just kind of like taps you on the shoulder and goes back inside.
I take the last sip of my coffee and I throw it out. Walk up to Garugamesh, arms crossed.
That motherfucker's gonna learn real quickly what nitroglycerin is.
Send him anthrax in the mail.
And
Where did he even
suddenly
get?
the dumb
where did-
Unabomber was born.
Yeah, where did Gilgamesh even get anthrax?
But yeah,
You just gave me this chemical
Oh,
formula.
Okay, well, speaking of like technologies Garugamesh knows, I'm telling you, the vampire piston engine. Can we please do that?
ay. Either way,
You can certainly try.
it's like about 5 o'clock when this finally all wraps up. There are some officers that kind of watched, and as soon as it's over, they kind of go back to tending horses or whatever it is that they were doing out in the yard. And it's Sven. You're left alone with Garugamesh. What's left of him?
Garugamesh spits out blood and he's like, "Let's go find Fernix."
Sven wants to say something, but he just nods his head.
Wonder if Fernix is a spell that can restore teeth.
Damn, I lost a few of my falsies.
The same thing that happened last time.
You just stick them back in there.
It's not even his false teeth, it's just the teeth he's lost over time. He's just jammed them back in.
Wash them off. Get the dirt off of there first.
I mean, you can do that.
Mm-hmm.
I
It's
think
not
so.
particularly pleasant, but
I don't imagine so.
yeah, if it is in one piece, you can just pop it back in there.
One Piece?
Well,
Is it
Can
real?
Gilgamesh get another beating?
Hey, if you want to divvy that out, you're more than welcome to.
Okay, I'm patting Sven on the shoulder. Let's go find this Aurelio. Let's grab Fernix. We'll go find this Aurelio Bacarder. He's a magic guy. I think Fernix would want to see him. Right?
Yeah.
Garugamesh throws up.
You know what? Sven's giving you the silent treatment. He'll let you talk and he'll nod along, but he's not saying anything.
What? Were you embarrassed?
Yep, that's what I was imagining. Just, sipping the coffee and then just slash cut and he's beating the shit out of him too.
Yeah.
Fucking Joe. There's always something from JoJo's. It's perfect.
Always. Oh man, classic.
What was the name of the guy that I made friends with?
Joseph
Heller.
Heller.
And what was his position?
He was a sergeant.
You should write him a love letter.
All right.
Fill up with anthrax.
Didn't realize we were gonna be picking fights with the cops today, but hey.
Oh, I've made my new personal enemy for the rest of the time we're in Lunenbrook.
The
You
entirety
started
of the
it!
Cops.
You're the one who provoked it!
My new arch enemy, the legal system.
My arch enemy, the guy I insulted to his face.
All right. So you're able to pick him up. I'm not sure if you're administering any amount of healing to him or not.
No.
No? Okay. And
Well,
you're
you
able
can.
to move him out and away. In the background, you can hear the cries of misery coming down from the prison attached to the citadel, and isn't
Well,
that
hey, at least-
fitting?
At least I'm not those guys, right, Sven? That could have been us up there.
It could have been, you're right.
Yeah,
Luckily,
throw
I
you
took
in the
that
river.
beating for us.
So,
There's no other way of avoiding that.
No
Nope.
other way of avoiding that, says the only player who this regularly happens to.
you're able to shuffle him back through the city. The Madianan Keep is on the third of Lunabrook's three hills. First is obviously Castle Lunabrook, the second is the Monaco War College, and the third is the Keep. The building that, as you get closer to it, the taller it gets. By the time you're at the bottom of the hill, passing the Torvacher estate, and you have to climb the winding road leading up to it. I'm assuming by now Garugamesh has at least retained the ability to stand upright and to walk.
You know, I kind of just like being in Sven's arm, cradled and carried around by a big, muscly catfolk.
Nope.
He can walk, but he chooses not to.
It's a decent
I'm
walk up. Strangely, it gets more comfortable, like temperature and weather-wise, as you get nearer to the peak. And by the time you get to the walls surrounding the keep, the tower seems like it is damn near infinitely tall. It is a larger door with a smaller one set into it that you're able to enter through. You can hear people talking inside, and as you enter into the grounds, you see what looks to be probably students. Men, women, mostly younger, but not exclusively. Primarily human, but also not exclusively, moving around on the campus. For you is the main building, the keep, like the actual wizard's tower to the right, and a few outbuildings that you see scattered throughout the grounds.
Are we, you know where Aurelio might be?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Two of you.
Trying to consider if I'm still giving him the quiet treatment. I thought we were going to find Furnax.
Blood and teeth just come out of his mouth as he says something.
I thought we were going to find Fernix too, but then all of a sudden we were walking over here as per the narrator.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
that's
said
what I
about
was
finding
confused.
him, which, fair enough. If you simply want to go back to find Fernix, you know where he is. You said you were going to meet back up with the rest of the group at the Library of Thought. It'll be a longer walk, but that probably brings you to about 5:30 going on 6. No, excuse me, this will be about 5 o'clock, so about 3 hours. As you're walking back across the bridge from the Heartlands, this is probably about the time that Natari and Etor are probably heading back as well, and Daxius sends the message to Vic about corralling somebody. Everybody is kind of moving, with the Library of Thought either being the destination or where they presently are.
Well, I'll just casually walk by the Library of Thought and go down like an alley nearby, being like, I'm sure this is where I have to go, just pretending to be looking for something and just corralling that guy further in.
Ben, give me a perception check. Actually, and then also give one for Natari as well.
Okay. Big money. Hey.
Yeah, both of you see this. You see, like, somebody kind of watch him go out and then turn around and start, like, moving back into the crowd. It did not seem like he noticed either of you. But with the Library of Thought being, like, right at the edge of bridge front, that might have factored more into it than anything else.
Right, yeah. Natari is just gonna lock eyes with you, look at Grugamesh, give like a, what the fuck happened to you? Never mind, just wanna Deal
Ether
with
sends
this?
a message to you, Fernix. That Grugamesh and Fernix, or excuse me, Grugamesh and Sven are back, and Grugamesh is missing like some of his teeth.
I don't want to be missing
Oh.
some of my teeth.
I mean,
You can get it back.
metaphorically,
Right there.
that you've been put through the ringer.
Well, you know
Can I
where
ask-
all of them are. It's
Can I
just not-
request that he has a chipped tooth?
No, my teeth are perfect.
It's like Dumb and Dumber.
It looks like Gilgamesh has like pearly white veneers that are perfectly straight. Did you guys
Yeah.
see where they gave like the Gran and the live action Avatar: The Last Airbender veneers?
Nope, didn't
No.
watch it.
I didn't watch it either, but I saw Gran's veneers.
Either way.
Well, Natari is going to try and catch up with this fellow. She knows the streets, so she's gonna try and like wind through some alleys and try and like get to the other side of him and try and like pincer maneuver between like him and hopefully Sven's doing something.
Sven is carrying Garugamesh on his shoulder and walking him
No.
along.
No. Gilgamesh can suffer on his own.
Nice of you to help me through all of this, Sven. A real friend. Just like you to stand and fight the police with me and try and call them off. I'm really appreciate all you did for me while
You're
I was
welcome.
being beat down by the pig folk.
You're welcome.
Just-
Natari, give me another perception check.
Okay.
And give me
That's
a survival check as well.
She's not good at survival.
Okay. She's able to follow him perhaps for another couple blocks, as it very obviously seems like the individual who you do get a decent look. Like by the time he's like moving away, he does like pull like a hood up over his head and a cape around his shoulders to sort of hide, and seems to be moving southwards towards the Breakwater Pier, the wall, Nightmark, kind of that direction.
He just starts to look around her like, is no one coming to fucking help me? Fuck, alright then. Since Natari, being the angry bitch that she is, Dax just would have probably tried and followed him, but Natari being Natari, she's gonna get as close as possible and is just gonna try and fucking clock this guy and be like, who the f are you?
Well, with that survival check, that's about as far as she's able to follow until he just vanishes.
You mother... Ah, damn it.
She gets all pissed off, probably starts running, probably tips him off, and then the chase is up.
Yeah. Well, fuck. And she'll head back.
Oh boy. You are all
Dax-
able to get back to the Library of Thought.
Dax shows up. Where the
Hi, Feternix.
where the fuck did he go? Am I the only one who saw him?
Fuck.
What the
Did you
fuck happened to
fall-
you, Gilgamesh?
Off of a parapet or
I
something?
probably deserve whatever you're looking at.
What?
Doesn't matter.
What? I think it does fucking matter. Who did this to you?
It was the Lunar Guard. I hurt them too much with my words, so they decided to hurt my face.
I assure you, as a witness to this, and a personal now friend to the person who did it, it was deserved.
Sven absolutely 100% tried to jump in and stop what was happening to me, and he didn't find any pleasure in it. He didn't think it was funny because, you know, he called it an extreme overreaction by the police, and, you know, it was 100% not justified to
This is
receive
not
this
true.
vicious of a beating for bruising an ego. And he used his diplomacy to call him off, otherwise it would have been 10 times worse. Right, Sven?
No.
I don't.
I'm sorry, Gilgamesh, but I think a lot of people here know who you are.
give him. I guess it's a serious wound, so we'll give him the serious wound cure.
Thank you.
I am just gonna walk up to the nearest building, and I'm just gonna punch it as hard as I can, like 2 or 3 times until my knuckles like bloody as shit. I'm gonna turn back and say, you turn to Sven, it's like, you did fucking nothing? You just watched him get beat to shit and you did fucking nothing?
You want me to go against and fight an entire Lunar Guard
Do
headquarters
something and not
guards?
just fucking watch him. He's a
That's
gatecrasher. We look out for our fucking own. I thought that was a basic understanding we had.
Daxius, I talked to him on the way there, telling him not to say things that would get us in jail, and he very much said things that could get us in jail. He mentioned.
I'm not saying he didn't.
He
but we
mentioned Ash.
I'm not saying that he didn't draw the ire of them, but you could have done something to stop him. Pay them off or something. You just let them do.
Daxius, if I'm being honest, I think Guru Gamesh needed that. Do you know how many times he's gotten us in trouble for things that he has said? I think he needs to know that he can't just say things and expect things to be okay.
You know, Sven, I had respect for you. I thought I was gaining respect for you, but, well.
Okay. I'm tired of getting in trouble because of the things that Guru Gamesh has said. I'm not going to back him this time. I backed him many other times. I won't this time. I'm not going to be put in jail. I'm not going to get beaten up. I'm not going to part with my money because he can't keep his mouth shut.
You're pathetic. And I just walk away. I don't even go any direction. I just start walking.
I shrug.
Maybe
I might spend a beer and raise a glass to him.
You're buying me a beer?
May as well. I think we
fair
both
enough.
need a drink after that.
Fair. I guess fair.
No one truly understands Guru Gamesh's motivations.
How are the rest of your wounds? They didn't kick you anywhere sensitive, right?
No, I'm fine. It was almost like I didn't even take any damage, but it's all cosmetic.
Well, it's good. Wanted to be sure you weren't bleeding to death internally or something.
Internally, emotionally, yes, I am, but
Where the blood's supposed to be.
my wounded heart has room for forgiveness, unlike some people in society.
Those fucking gnomes.
I love that Daxius just really defended Guru Gamesh, and then Guru Gamesh is like, damn, fuck that guy, am I right?
Well, perhaps being on the emotionally sensitive side, you might consider being a little more gentle yourself next time. The city guard, I'm told, are awfully sensitive around this area.
Yes, I had not quite encountered the sensitivities of a man in power, quite like I had Heller. He must have been his time of the month. But Daxius, I do appreciate you coming to my defense against Sven. It was much appreciated, and I'm sure Sven will think twice about next time leaving me to be beat.
Doesn't
Daxius.
fucking whatever. It's fine.
Oh, he walked away.
I'll just say I'm like sitting in the corner or something. Like,
Well, he learned
it's-
nothing.
just fucking forget about it.
Fun was had by all.
Guru Gamesh doesn't need to learn anything. He already knows everything he needs to know.
All he knows is smash.
He's just secretly a masochist. He gets off to this.
I mean, it's entertaining at least. I mean, it could have been fun for us both to be thrown in jail, or it could have been fun for us both to have fought off the police. As terrible as that would have ended for us.
I
I understand, like, from a character perspective, why Sven would be what would be a little frustrated, but conflict makes things interesting. So
Oh, I live for inner character drama.
I know that was a very touching moment that Daxius did. So I did think it was I guess sociopathic might not be the right word, but to see one of your party members just get beat and then immediately make friends with the captain of the guard.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've been waiting until it's
In
done.
my
Just-
defense, it was really funny.
Yeah, it was really funny. So that's why. Yeah, it was really funny, and then we got to have the great character moment between Daxius and Sven. So
Yeah. I mean, as a player, I'm loving all of this.
yeah,
Fuck you, Joel.
Fuck you, Barry.
You know what? Meet me outside Wednesday.
Guys, I think there's one
Right,
thing we
Brett,
can all
bring it.
agree on, and that's fuck Garugamesh.
Fuck Grumish. All my homies hate Grumish. Natari will actually walk up to Sven and just give him like a fist, but like nice.
Nice.
The real question is, why hasn't Gilgamesh found the printing presses in this city yet?
Oh, you thought I was joking when I said I was going to send a letter to Heller from Sven professing his love.
I assumed he was gonna start printing out some like anti-cop propaganda shit, just like saying that they're all pig folks, and they beat me for no reason.
That would be really funny, though, is if I didn't do something like that, but like I put up a warning against pig folk. Beware, they're in your town, city of Lunarbrook. Watch out for the pig folk. And like, I do
Poorly
like
drawn
a character.
picture of a guy in a cop hat,
Yeah.
in a cop hat.
Can we? You know what? Garugamesh is gonna work on
Big
that to
city.
bring to the printing presses. That's what he's gonna work on at the bar.
Ray, are pig folk real?
There are
Yeah.
definitely like beast folk who have that as an ancestor. You haven't run into a lot of them.
Oh, yeah, there's probably ones that look like boars.
They're too delicious.
Well, I'm gonna write up the flyer real quickly. And where's Lugo during all of this?
That could banner him probably. Well, either that or maybe out and about.
Is there an errand boy outside the Library of Thought?
Why would there be?
Because this is a fantasy setting, and it would be convenient for me.
No.
Boy.
What if I say please?
What if I PayPal you $50 in real life?
Yeah, you'll find somebody outside. They take your money and you never see them again.
Gray, how much do we need to pay you IRL to get more inspiration points? I want loot boxes and I want pay-to-win subscriptions.
I'll suck your dick for some inspiration.
You gotta scratch your neck a little, you know. Get so worked up you can lift a bus off a quarter just to get enough money.
Yeah.
Oh no, the crackhead living up the bus!
Rip a bus off of a D20. Like, get another roll.
Guys, let me roll this time. I paid for a +2 for all my rolls this session.
Jesus Christ.
Anyway,
So,
Oh man.
you all get back to the Library of Thought in various states of condition. Now what?
Oh yeah, by the way, someone fucking was following me. Got away, but there's eyes on us now, just in case you'd like to know.
Huh. That's not good.
No, it's fucking not.
I mean, there are worse things in the world.
Yeah, the
At
cops
least-
could be following us to give you another fucking beating. I stare daggers at Sven when he laughs.
I was laughing at a game, first
Oh,
of all.
okay.
Second of all.
Daxius is just staring daggers at Sven.
Yeah, just still is.
Any cops may be on the street. There'll be hands thrown, not when they gang up on me like a bunch of pussies.
Otherwise, wasn't able to find anything. Me and my followers got up to pretty much a dead end. wherever they sold these items, they're not around anymore or something.
Well, Sven and I actually managed to get a lead. I don't know if we told you exactly how, but the good cop, bad cop routine worked a little too well. They basically handed the information right over to Sven.
Oh yeah, we did get stuff.
But maybe we go see Aurelio McCarter, the magic place where they teach magic, the College of Magic.
Oh.
He should be able to tell us more about the drug itself, I think. Was that what your impression, Sven? My memory's a bit fuzzy for no particular reason.
And I wonder why.
I'm having a hard time remembering the past couple hours. But
I'm really tired for some reason. I should probably take a nap.
Yes, no, Aurelian Marketer. Marketer? It's trouble from right down to it's at the College of Magic. Apparently they have more information.
I interrupt, not Barry, shit, Sven, and I look in Daxius' eyes and go, do my pupils look the same size?
Now that Fernix helped you, yeah, you look fine.
Alright.
For
Or fine
Pathfinder,
enough.
if any system had a remove concussion spell, it'd probably be Pathfinder.
Probably.
I'll
we
just
have
give you like a pat on the shoulder and give you a cure light wounds. Holy shit. Max.
Dang. Is there a remove bipolar disorder spell in Pathfinder? I think Sven might need that one.
Natari will at least tell you that's like some kid, like legitimately like a 10, 12-year-old kid, kept coming up to her like lowering the price like gold by gold, hour by hour, saying that he was willing to sell her the location of the cult. For what that's worth.
Now, kids already work a lot. Unfortunately, it's just part of the culture. But they have to make enough money to sometimes feed their families. But they often work with a lot of these shitty people. And this tells me that, one, the kid probably doesn't actually know where it is and probably just wants your money. Two,
Oh yeah.
if he does know where it is, he's probably just trying to goad us or set us up for a trap. He's probably being paid a lot more money to do so. Either way, I don't fucking trust that kid. But we're kind of out of options. I'm not out, but getting there.
It does seem that it's pretty obvious what we're doing to someone.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we may unfortunately not have very much longer to wait before we find them. Or they find us.
I think they already have. Whoever was following me, they're going to inform whoever it is they're working with, and yeah, not good.
In that case, I just take my cloak and I ruffle it up behind me and I just sit down cross-legged. I did leave a little bit of magic open, so I'm going to prepare some battle spells in that case, just in case.
That would be a good idea. I think we're likely to get into one sometime tonight.
Hopefully not.
I don't think we'll have a choice. Something's happening. And this is fucked. When this was first brought up, when we were told to investigate these guys, I was expecting it to be like some amateurs that these fucking guards, like, they can't even handle basic shit. I was expecting to be done this within a few hours. But these guys, they've exceeded all my expectations. I don't know. It's fucked.
I suppose there's a reason that they're still in the area after all this time. But I don't know. I wonder what the purpose of all of this is. Why one might want to even weaken the bonds between worlds and...
One of the names on the list of in one of the journals we found those names like the Jackal, the Prophet, all those guys. One of them was the Spider.
Right.
If there's anyone who would want to blend realities together for whatever fucking nefarious reason, I imagine it'd probably be them, the Spider, because that's one of the names. I mean, it seems a little on the nose at this point. I can't be the only one who's made that connection.
I did notice that as well.
Oh, you did? Wow. Great. You can actually notice things.
I figured... Wow. Wow.
Rude.
No, never mind.
Well... You want that cake really bad, huh? Crazy baby.
Well,
Well, if there's anyone who's going to know something about this spider person, wouldn't it be the one who wrote down that note?
There's a lot of notes. I'd have to find exactly which one it was. Yeah, I believe rereading through some of the notes that we have collected along the way would be a good idea. I can start going through that within the next hour or two. Otherwise, if there's anything else you think we need to investigate, I can send my followers out again.
I'll let you know if I come up with anything.
Alright.
But yeah, nothing so far.
Did we get letter to the fox from the Brow group? Okay.
I think we did, yeah.
yeah.
I'm just reading through the field log of Desmond Wrath. There's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it's... I mean, knowing where he ends up, it makes sense.
Oh, full of my sleeve, huh?
I think we're just reading notes right now.
I think so, yeah. Well,
It's very fun to watch.
I'm sure.
People sitting staring at a screen.
I mean,
Nothing to
it's
look at.
There.
it's 10:30. This
Yeah,
isn't
we
a
could
bad
call it.
place.
this is where we're going to be ending, by the way.
Okay.
As the group
Because they can read our minds.
reconvenes back at the Library of Thought after I don't know if I'm going to call the past couple hours in-game productive, but I suppose things did happen, so, you know, kind of qualifies. It
Yeah,
leaves
I know.
the party with a couple of decisions they need to make as to how they're going to go forward. As it is definitely obvious that this cult and this gang, this isn't some kiddie fuck. This isn't some kiddie shit. At all. While these people may not be the most complex organization in the world, they seem to be pretty competent at keeping out of the spotlight and out of the line of sight of those who are hunted. It also seems like the party is not going to find a lot of outside help, either because they have already compromised themselves or because, well, you guys really know how to make friends. And,
Yeah.
well, you know, getting the entire Lunar Guard to beat the shit out of you, and it's definitely a choice, you know.
Hell yeah.
Couldn't possibly come back to bite you later. Not at all.
He's just a
What?
coward for not accepting the arm wrestling contest.
Hell yeah.
That's the real problem.
But you do at least have a bit of the leads. You definitely know that something's going on in the night market. You also know that at least somebody seems to be convinced that they can sell you the location of where the cult is hosting its activity. You know that things get dangerous in the neighborhood, especially after dark, as, well, more people retire to sleep. So it really comes down to how you want to proceed. If you want to continue to try and stake out the night market, if you want to accept the kid's offer, or what have you.
I think it would be a smart idea to at least pursue the College of Magic lead.
Yeah.
So, just to clarify, Aurelio Mercader is not related to the Catabraxi College of Magic. He runs the Madianan Keep. The Catabraxi
Okay.
College of Magic is indeed what you think it is, a College of Magic. The Madianan Keep is also sort of a college as well, but it's very exclusive, it's very elite, and it's very small.
It's got a really annoying looking driveway.
Yep, with a very
Yeah.
annoying fucking driveway. Hey, at
Yeah,
least
it's
they don't
like-
have to shovel it.
Distance wise, it's like 300 feet. The road is about 2 miles long.
Yeah. Either way, that might give you a bit of insight into perhaps what is going on with the actual drug itself, even if you don't necessarily have a sample of it. You still have the hidden dash or satchel or whatever hidey hole in the temporarily non-functioning fountain in the night market. And perhaps a few other things might make themselves available to you. For now, however, it is 5 o'clock. About 3.5 hours before it's going to be full and truly dark. Some of you are a little low on magic for reasons. And we're going to see how things develop. So, that will be all for this episode of Rough Rolling. There couldn't possibly be any consequences for the things that have occurred in this session. No, not at all.
Oh no, not at
So-
all.
Mm-mm.
Especially
We'll,
not letting that guy get away.
For those of you who are watching, we're glad that you were here, and we'll see how things get worse in the next one. So, see us then. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching.
Peace.
See y'all later.
Like, subscribe.